Hello there, you guys. How is everyone doing? Um, hey, Miss Diane. What's going on, Diane? You full of that Thanksgiving turkey? You got your wig on today? You want to come up? You got your wig on? You got your hair right? I dropped the link before it, you know. Hey, Mr. Parker. I'm full of it and I want it out of my house. I'm choking down coffee right now because I got to get back out. I got to get out and go somewhere. So I'm choking down coffee so that I won't. Y'all know I went back to my mama's house today. I went back for round 2. So I think I'm good. I hope they eat up all that pecan pie because that pecan pie was so good. I hope when I go back tomorrow it's gone. That's my prayer. Please let it be gone. Thank you, Miss Diane. Listen, I didn't know how much money they had given me. So the young lady called me and was like, Tamara, have you looked at it? Have you seen it? They put out the rewards today. I was like, no, for who? She said for the council. And I was like, no. She was like, your organization, girl, your organization is on there. I was like, oh my God. Mr. Parker said, I just binge watched watch some of my favorite first 48 episodes, Caroline Mason, and you are so similar. No, we're not. No, we're not. I worked with Caroline. No, we're not. She said, I got a whole pecan pie that I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Girl, my mama made a pecan pie. And I just want to, I just want to overdose on it. I know, not personality either. That's what I was talking about, not personality either. Yeah, that pecan pie was so good. Oh my God. I ate some more chicken and dressing. Turkey and dressing. I ate some more greens, yams. I've eaten too much sweet stuff. Child, they ate up all the chitterlings. I didn't want them anyways. I mean, they took all the ribs away. They ate all those up the first day. Okay, Mr. Parker. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do trending topics today. I want to talk about Wendy Williams. I really put up the pictures. I guess I need to word them, put the word it right, title it right. I want to talk about Wendy Williams. I want to talk about TD Jakes. I want to talk about very shortly about Puffy. Very shortly, and I want to go listen. Yeah, I want to go back and talk about Cornelius and his testimony. Like I've just looked at that testimony several times. Like it's so many gems in that testimony. Thanksgiving food is so addictive. I think Thanksgiving food, I think people go more out for Thanksgiving food than they do for Christmas. Probably because, hey Rochelle, probably because they probably because they tired from cooking. But I mean, we're all going to. My mama wanted us to do all the cooking. Okay. I went back for some more of those ribs. I think I'm gonna have to go buy some ribs and grill again for Christmas. Ooh wee. You just made me think I got some catfish in there, some catfish fillet. I got some catfish fillet in there. I got some snapper. Yeah, I was listen. I was getting ready to buy this red snapper. It was whole, had the eyes and everything on. I said, "Well, Lord, it's real long I don't really buy food that still got the eyes in it." So I said, "Well, God, maybe the snapper had the eyes in it. Maybe I'm supposed to pluck the eyes out or something." So I said, I'll go on YouTube and figure out and let them show me what I'm supposed to do to this fish. But I just know I want the snapper because I didn't see the snapper that was already cut up right. So I got up to the register and the snapper was like $19 for just the one fish. I left it. Somebody told me that's how much the red snappers cost. For one fish, $19. I couldn't see myself doing it. Because normally I get it in the bag, and I do got a bag in there, but I guess it don't be that many in there. So maybe I should have just got this. I should have got it and cut it up. Um, but there's nothing better than catfish. I can grill catfish, but I be wanting to fry it. I wants to put it in the grease. I have to put it in the grease, okay? But anyways, you guys, I wanted to talk about Wendy Williams, and I was wanting to wait until all of more people came in, but yeah, I guess maybe they'll start to straggle on in a little later. But I wanted to talk about Wendy Williams. I wanted to start it off talking about Wendy Williams because, I followed this situation with Wendy Williams and it's very sad, being a woman. And I know they say Wendy Williams had abused narcotics and all of that. We all know that she was a shock jock and, how she exposed people and people couldn't stand her. But at the same time, it was very hurtful to me, because that's her job. If people did not want, if they didn't like her, they never should have been going to her show. They knew what she was going to do when they called in, when they came to the show, but she had the audience that they needed, so they subjected themselves to whatever it was that they got when they went to her show. And so, we saw in the vlogs down through the years how her husband had gotten him a mistress and moved her into the same neighborhood, had her for many, many years to the point that Wendy had started to accept it, right? And then he was taking care of the mistress with Wendy's money, and she was living on the next block in the same neighborhood. Charlemagne the God had introduced them and all of that. She's from South Carolina. And then the mistress ended up getting pregnant. Okay. And so after all those years, he left Wendy, all of that. She kind of started, it was like she started going down after that. And so I think I did a video on this one time, and I was talking about never lose your life in a man. And I do know, Wendy Williams was rich. She was successful, regardless of how people say she looked. She could have got any man. The men that was talking about it would have loved to be able to be in her presence because she was a successful woman, right? She had money and all of that. And I think it's so unfortunate that they're saying that dementia, because I've heard that dementia comes on, it can happen from stress and all of that. And it seems like I know many years of drug abuse, but I think the final straw was her husband Number one, doing her like he did her all those years, by she basically, her self-esteem was so low, she basically accepted him having another woman and taking care of this woman with her money, and then leaving her for this woman, and just flaunting her, right? While he got alimony from her. So that took I'm sure that took a toll on her. But I did a video saying never lose your life in a man, right? I'm telling you, hey, Wendy was successful enough where she could have got any man. Okay, she could have got any man. And as far as ladies, and this is not man bashing or anything, it's always a man out there that's gonna treat you right. Trust me, all men are not bad. I know we get on here and we talk plenty of shit, but we love the good men, right? And I think that sometimes we get complacent, like Wendy did, especially with her having all that money. But she was around, she had the type of money where she had access to men with a lot of money. Okay. I mean, I would have had to go ahead and show Kevin how it was done. Okay. I mean, I would have, but But let's read about this. It says Wendy Williams is permanently incapacitated from dementia battle. Okay. A lot of people thought that maybe this was a hoax, that she was doing this so that she would have to stop paying her husband alimony. Okay. But I never really believed that. I really do believe. Now, some people are saying they think somebody did something to her, these caretakers and stuff, and that could very well be. You have to be very, very careful when you got all of these sharky people around you and you got all this money. Okay, so you have to be very meticulous about that. But it says Wendy Williams has lost her battle with dementia, according to new documents filed by her guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, if that's how you say it, Morrissey, in New York court. The documents obtained by the U.S. Times stated that Williams has been afflicted by early onset dementia and as a result has become cognitively impaired and permanently incapacitated. That's Wendy in her younger day. It says the filing further states in January of 2022, after becoming aware of a pattern of disturbing events concerning Wendy's welfare and finances, Wells Fargo took the highly unusual step of initiating a guardianship proceeding on its own initiative in the Supreme Court of New York County. The guardianship proceeding to seek the court appointment of an independent guardian for Wendy's financial affairs. The judge appointed legal guardianship to protect Williams' finances. That's weird. Why would Wells Fargo do that? Are they the people that fund or own her? It says the revelation about her worsening condition came amid an ongoing legal battle over the Lifetime TV series Where is Wendy? The documentary showed the former daytime TV host dealing with alcohol addiction alongside health and financial issues. So now they say she's got dementia. She's not in her right mind. Why is her guardian still giving her alcohol? She already had a codependent personality because allegedly she was on she was on that cocoa for many years, right? And so it says a lawsuit claimed that the TV series exploited Wendy and said that she did not have the ability to consent to the series due to her health ailments. The new filing asked the court to redact, conceal information about her health, familiar relationships, and finances to preserve her privacy, according to the newspaper. Williams was diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia and primary progressive aphasia in 2023. Her mental health condition was publicly revealed earlier this year. Okay. Now, you got some people saying they think folks are giving Wendy something, but this right here, goes to show you guys, never lose your life in a man. And she could have very well been on, that cocoa before she ever even met her husband. But one thing with addicts, it seems like when they're addicts and they have issues like going on in their personal life and all of that, it makes them, they start really getting on that. They kind of look to that for comfort, unfortunately. But hey, my prayer is with Wendy Williams, but it seems like to me, it's sharks around her. When her son, you would think her son would be the one, even though he's young, he's an adult, would be the one to be able to have custody of her. But they said when he had her, he was spending all her money. He was giving his daddy some of the money. When her husband had her, he was spending all the money on the mistress. So I mean, and now she's got these people around her, and we don't know what their thing is. You know what I mean? It just seems like she just got a lot of sharks around her, because I saw some of that documentary that they did on her earlier this year. They say she's battling alcohol. You could tell she was not in her right mind. So she ain't got the mind to get up and go get her no alcohol. So who's enabling her to be an alcoholic? Right? So you definitely have to be careful when you have money. Because if you ain't crazy, people will run you crazy because they want your money. They'll run you stone crazy. They'll put stuff in you can't eat the food or nothing. They said Mary J. husband the worst too. So her sister is begging to have the right to take over her. That's who should have it, her sister. That's who should have it, her sister. Because you're talking about all of these corporations. How in the hell Wells Fargo? That's a damn credit card company, a bank. How they get to file proceedings so to protect her assets, to put a guardianship over her? And then, they why will Wells Fargo have an interest in Wendy? But I think it should be somebody that truly loves her, such as like her sister, somebody that is able to take care of her, to keep her in a healthy environment and all of that, because all these other people is just wanting money. And I'm gonna tell you something. Back to her husband. When Wendy got sick and she left that show, they said that, Wendy's lawyers was crafty. Said Wendy lawyers put in the clause that her husband, he was so money hungry, he was just wanting to get some money to take care of his mistress. It was in the clause that, she would have to pay him alimony as long as she was on TV. Well, he thought she was going to always be on TV, right? Especially for a long time. So, I mean, when she came off of TV because of her health, then the checks stopped. And because karma never misses a step, okay? When the money stopped, that longtime mistress that he had left him, moved back to South Carolina, her and the baby, and got her a younger man. Okay. Karma never misses a step. Don't lose your life in a man. This lady has lost her mind from all of the stress that was brought on, probably by the drug use, the having sharks around her, and dealing with her personal life. Her husband, when he left her, got that mistress pregnant, the mistress decided she wanted to get her a permanent check. So this baby, she decided that she was not going, because the bitch was getting old, excuse my French. And she said, I gotta have me a permanent check. I can't have no more abortions because I'm turning into an old, you know what. And so she decided to keep this baby because they said the mistress had had several abortions, right? And so she kept this baby. He decided he wanted to go and be with the mistress, and he wanted his wife to continuously fund him and his mistress and his new baby, right? And because karma never misses a step, the check stopped. The mistress went back home and took the baby, got her a new man, okay? And he has filed for bankruptcy. Listen, let me tell y'all something. You don't ever in your life ever have to worry about revenge. God says, vengeance is mine. Okay, God says, vengeance is mine. Y'all know what my favorite saying is? See, Wendy allowed it to consume her. And like I said, I'm sure she got a lot of sharks around her. I don't trust, I wouldn't trust drinking and eating out. When folks want to have control of your money, they'll do anything to you. But y'all know what my favorite saying is and has been. God says, when I get them back for what they did to you, you're going to see me get them back. That right there is a prime example of karma stepping. Okay, stepping without missing a beat. It's gonna always slow walk it. What you put into the atmosphere, it's gonna always slow walk itself right back to you. Okay. So that's all you got to do is just keep going, child. Just keep on going. Everybody got a day. My grandma used to say, every dog got a day, and a hound dog got two. She used to always say that every dog got a day, and a hound dog got two. Okay. Anyways, let's move on to we'll go back to that. But I want to talk about, Puffy. They're saying that Puffy was denied bail. At this point, we know they don't really want to let Puffy out. I think it's going to be hard. Um um they were saying that it was pushed back, but it was denied. It's going to be hard. I don't think a judge is going to give him bail because he was getting ready to go on the run, right? He was getting ready to go on the run. So I don't think a judge is going to give Puffy bail, okay? Hey, that's a prime example of karma right there, okay? He got away with doing what he did for 30 years, okay? And I hear people say, it says Sean Combs Thanksgiving dinner revealed after judge denies third request for bail. It says Sean Combs. Let me let y'all hear this.
Sean Combs' Thanksgiving dinner revealed after judge denies third request for bail, Sandra Rose. Sean Combs spent his first Thanksgiving behind bars after a judge denied his third request for bail. Judge Arun Subramanian rejected Combs' $50 million bond proposal on Wednesday, November 27. The New York Post's Page 6 obtained the Thanksgiving menu for inmates at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. According to Page 6, the music mogul's breakfast consisted of fruit, breakfast cake and cereal with skim milk. For lunch he had a choice of turkey roast and mashed potatoes with gravy, mixed vegetables, cranberry sauce and dinner rolls, according to the Federal Bureau of Prisons. For dinner, Combs had the option of turkey roast with vegetables, or hot and sour tofu, 2 dinner rolls with margarine, as well as assorted holiday pies and a beverage. The dinner menu also featured 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on whole wheat bread, fruit and potato chips for those who don't eat turkey. Prosecutors claimed Combs paid 8 other inmates to use their phone privileges. He also used a banned app to make phone calls to people he should not be talking to. The feds insisted Combs was a danger to witnesses and his accusers. The government also said Combs used his social media influence to sway the jury pool by posting a video of his children wishing him a happy birthday. Combs' legal team asked the judge to place him on house arrest at his luxury 3-bedroom apartment overlooking Central Park on the Upper East Side. They argued that the apartment would be more restrictive than the jail because he would be monitored by security 24/7. But the judge denied the motion for bail, citing serious risk of witness tampering as a factor in his decision. Combs, 55, has been locked up since his September arrest at a hotel in Manhattan. Combs flew to New York a week earlier to turn himself in. Sources say Combs believed he would be released on bond if he turned himself in. Now Combs fans say he should have flown to Bali, Indonesia, where his friend Russell Simmons is hiding out after multiple women accused him of sex crimes. Bali is a safe haven because Indonesia does not have an extradition treaty with the United States. Combs' celebrity pals who don't trust the U.S. government have already fled the U.S. for safe haven in other countries.
I'm sure it's quite a few people over there already. Some of these rappers that's gonna be indicted that we ain't seen for a long time probably is already over there. Okay. But I never expected. They say that he's giving inmates, paying inmates to use their phone time, and he's still making calls to people. And the feds say that he's threatening witnesses. Okay, he's threatening witnesses and basically trying to bribe the jury pool, right? Trying to jury tamper somewhat. So I mean, they basically on top of his head. But hey, I wouldn't doubt that he's doing it because he ain't got nothing to lose. He don't have anything to lose, and of course he's gonna give them money because he don't want them to beat the hell out of him. Now, with Puffy, I hear people say, well, the government wanted to get Puffy when he started talking about, we need to get together and start putting in our own politicians and all of that. Hell, Puffy been in the elite's favor for 30 years. I think we just kind of fall for the trick every time. How come he was not talking about this 5 years ago? Right? He has an epiphany when he knows that the federal government is going to come after him. And each and every time this happens, we have people within our community saying, well, they were going to get him because, he was trying to bring black people together. He's been one of the main ones that has financially annihilated and raped a lot of black artists, right? You hear about every black artist that was ever on his label. He had the opportunity to help to create a lot of generational wealth because he produced a lot of hits. There were a lot of good artists that he made famous. But that's all he did was made them famous for a little while. They had no type of generational wealth at all, right? He had the very opportunity to do that. And for 30 years, when he had all of that power, he didn't do that. He left a lot of African-American artists broke, busted, and disgusted. And now when the feds get ready to come and bash your head in, all of a sudden you want to do some Martin Luther King speeches, and black people fall for it every time. Okay. So, hey, I don't know what to say. I guess I could say, I would say, I hope it works out for him, but I don't want to say that. I guess I'm just going to say, hey, whatever happens, if it be God's will, let whatever be. Okay. But he's got to pay for a lot of the things that he did to a lot of other artists. The only thing that he did, every thing he's doing is he's a little uncomfortable in jail. He's got islands. He wants to put his islands up. He could have made at least a few of his artists rich. He didn't do that. This man had a history of consistently destroying, and the chickens have come home to roost. Okay. You got to get it back. He planted those seeds. And those weeds that he see growing up in his front yard, he was the one that planted them. So he has to, if he's going to be mad at anybody, he's going to blame anybody, he ought to blame his own self, okay? So, hey, I ain't thinking about it. I was thinking about, the artist said, remember when Suge Knight says, if you don't want the producer all in the video, dancing all on the stage and all that, come to Death Row, right? Well, according to the artist, what Puffy did was he made sure they said that they never could make a dime because they could never pay back the video fees. The videos cost millions of dollars. So I remember Faith Evans saying that video that she did I think she had on all the red. She says, I'm still paying for that video right now. And it was 5-6 years later. She said, I'm still paying for that video right now. They said what Puffy would do was they didn't want Puffy in their videos, but he was in the video. He billed them for him being featured in their videos. Okay. He paid for the videos. He billed them for that. They had to pay him back for that, for paying for the production. They had to pay him for being in the videos. Then what he did was all those cars that was in the videos, those were his cars. So he billed the artist, his own artist, for having his cars in the video. Those houses that they did the videos in, those were his houses. So he billed them for using his houses in their video. He billed them for the clothes. He billed them for everything. They said they were already millions of dollars in the hole for the videos, right? So all he ever did was sharky practices when he could have been helping to create generational wealth, right? He had the ears of the elite. He couldn't say, let me make a few black artists rich. Let me create some generational wealth. Instead, he helped to make other communities rich, and he lined his own pockets. And now it can't do a damn thing for him because the judge said, I don't want your island and I don't want your 50 million. Your ass gonna stay in jail. So that 50 million, he could have let them artists have their money. Okay. He could have gave them artists some of that money because that 50, them millions of dollars ain't doing nothing for him now. Right. But anyways, whatever. We're gonna move on because I don't know what to say when it comes to Puffy. Just because we're skin folk don't make us kinfolk. The type of stuff that Puffy has done, I would never do. So he could never be a kinfolk of mine. Okay. And I think that's what we go a riot. We want to make excuses for a whole lot of stuff, evil things that people do. Well, I'm gonna tell y'all what one of my pet peeves is. I cannot stand to hear a black person say, when they do something wrong, like something real, real heinous, and then they go, well, the white folks do it. They say it all the time as it relates to pedos. Every now and again, I hear them. I be waiting too, cause see, I like to listen to what people say. I hold on to every word they say. That's how I'm able to size them up real quick. You get to talking about something, they was wrong to do that. He ain't got no business messing with no little girls, and the folks through the book at, well, the white men do it. They don't do nothing. The white men been doing it. It seems like everything that is wrong for a lot of black people, as long as the white folks doing it, it's okay. Well, the white man do it. Why I can't be a pedophile? Y'all, we need some help. We do. We need some help. But hey, I wouldn't care if it was a white man or a black man. If Puffy was white or black, he needs to be in jail for a lot of what he has done. Okay, for a lot of what he has done. Okay, what he's been accused of. I'll say he's been accused of. I gotta keep, I gotta be technical about it. A lot of what he's been accused of. Right. Hey, he'll have his day in court. He will. He'll have his day in court. Say that again, Auntie. All skin folks ain't. That's right. All skin folks ain't none of my kin folks. Okay. Those so-called elites will have Puffy on a grave for telling on them, and it's even easier to get them touched in jail. Right. That's why he paying everybody he giving away money to the inmates. He don't need to talk on the phone that much. He just want to give them some money so that they'll leave him alone. I think that's what it is. He just want to get them some money, so that they will leave him alone. Okay. Hey, hold on for a minute, you guys. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button for me. Make sure you all hit the like button. Okay. Like, share, and subscribe. Make sure you guys like, share, and subscribe. Okay. Now, also, I wanted to talk about TD Jakes. Now, I've definitely taken an interest in this situation as it relates to TD Jakes. Okay. Is he guilty? I don't know if he's guilty or not. TD Jakes has been in the ministry for a lot of years, and I never really heard any scandals of that such about him. I'm not saying that it's true or it's not true. I'm just saying that I believe, I don't know. I just think that if, why hadn't, it just started coming out since this Puffy stuff. But I would think that somebody would have been told on him. But hey, that means nothing, right? Um, but he's fighting back. People are starting to file these allegations against him, saying that he sexually assaulted them and all that. Now he's filing lawsuits and he's fighting back. He's saying that these people are lying on him and he is not going to take it laying down. Okay. Men are starting to come up out of the Woolsworth. Okay. If I said that right, is it Woolsworth? Is it the Woolsworth? Y'all help me out. Y'all know I don't know. Anyways, here it is right here, y'all. Let's see. It says Pastor TD Jakes just got his with, they said his, but I guess it's hit. Just got hit with some explosive allegations from a young man who claims that the pastor groomed and abused him. Media Takeout has learned. Now, I don't mean no harm. Now, I like Media Takeout, but you got to watch what they put out there too now. It's woodwork. Okay, the woodwork. Thank you. Okay, woodworks. Okay. Okay. Y'all know if I don't know the words, I don't be wanting to say words wrong. I'm gonna ask y'all if I don't know. It says TD Jakes is denying the allegations and has filed a defamation lawsuit against the man in Pennsylvania federal court. It says the man making the allegations is a pastor named Dwayne Youngblood who has troubled past. Dwayne claimed last month during an episode of the Larry Reed Live podcast entitled "The Abuse Becomes the Abuser." Dwayne accused Jakes of attempting to sexually abuse him when the former was still a teenager. I think I've shown that. He says Jake wrapped his arm around him during a trip to Pittsburgh and tried to kiss him. He further alleged receiving a phone call from Jakes discussing having a sexual relationship. Dwayne was 18 or 19 at the time and struggling with his sexuality at the time. He claims that Bishop Jakes singled him out and tried to groom him. Okay. Okay. They said Pastor TD Jakes is not just sitting back and accepting Dwayne's testimony. He claims that Dwayne hired Tyrone Blackburn and has been trying to shake him down for $6 million. In a defamation lawsuit filed by TD Jakes, he says that Youngblood saw $6 million from Jakes to hush the issue, vowing to take him to court for sexual assault if the demands were not met. The complaint said Youngblood intent and motive for making these allegations would be made absolutely clear, and his extortion exorbitant financial demands weeks later. They said Jake's legal counsel claims that such actions amount to extortion, and these actions have provoked a medical emergency that Jake suffered during a church service shortly after the accusations were made. Jakes is currently recovering after having an unspecified medical emergency while preaching last Sunday. Just days before this explosive story was set to drop, the 67-year-old pastor claims that he did not have a stroke, but that he's currently in the hospital recovering. Here he goes right here, y'all. Let's see if it'll.
Maybe not doing this good.
Here we are.
Grateful.
Hey, Tyson. He was waiting to get the key to open the car.
Okay. I'm grateful to y'all, all the people who prayed, all the people who texted, all the people who had prayer vigils, all the people who were concerned and sent love and sent notes. Just grateful. Thank you. Didn't have to turn out this way. Just grateful. Not afraid to die. Don't want to hurt my kids and the people who love me, the church.
Now he said, I'm not afraid to die. Now y'all know I'm a woman. I be listening to stuff. He said, I'm not afraid to die, but I don't want to hurt my kids and the people that love me. TD Jakes got a wife. Why didn't he say I don't want to hurt my wife and my kids? He didn't. He just said I don't want to hurt my kids. So is him and his wife really not together? And then here's another thing too. That was very, he didn't deny. He didn't deny that nothing happened between him and the young man. They just simply said that the young man tried to extort him, which is illegal, and it is, but they never denied anything, which is weird. I'm gonna go back and read that. I didn't see where they denied it. Okay. They said Pastor TD Jakes is not just sitting back and accepting Dwayne's testimony. He claims that Dwayne hired Tyrone Blackburn and has been trying to shake him down for $6 million in a defamation lawsuit filed by TD Jakes. He says that Youngblood saw $6 million from Jakes to hush the issue. Well, I guess defamation lawsuit. I guess defamation that would mean that he's lying, defaming his character, lying on him. Okay. Yeah, a defamation lawsuit. I guess that would mean he's trying to slander him. I don't know. He didn't deny that. He's just saying that he didn't sexually, was it consensual? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because people do lie now. People lie every day, all day. And they said that he knew when it was supposed to drop and all of that, when all of this stuff was supposed to come out. And of course, he's saying that him trying to extort him has messed with his health. Okay. So he's countersuing and all of that good stuff. So, hey, if it's a lie, I would hope that I want for something to happen to the young man, like, filing these fake lawsuits and all of that. Hey, hopefully there could be some type of criminal charges brought against the young man if he's lying. Okay. If he's lying, but like I said, they say he's fighting back. He's not going to just take it laying down. It could be a money grab. It could be a money grab because we know now that that's what that's what happened with these celebrities, and it's something that it started coming out. It just started coming out. I don't know. Sounds like he about to take himself out. Hey, Sambora. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying that it's true or not true, because we do know that people have these scams and these money grabs where they try and extort, and it's so easy for people to believe a lie, right? So whether it's true or false, it ruins your reputation. You could fight it, but it still ruins your reputation. He's really in a pickle because I'm hearing a lot of people left his church when these pictures and stuff came out of him being at Puffy's parties, and then that would have further hurt his church too. These allegations that this young man is putting out into the atmosphere. They say that he went from having 8,000 members to show up physically, not just online. We're not counting online, but to show up physically inside of his church every Sunday to having a few hundred. I'm sure that hurts him because his church looks like a warehouse, right? So I'm sure that the light bill and stuff is astronomical. He has staff that he has to pay, a lifestyle that he has to contain. So I'm sure it can be stressful, especially when your living depends upon your congregation, right? You got to say no Diddy after them statements. Got to say no Diddy. Okay, no Diddy. They said false accusers literally never face criminal charges. Well, they need to face them. Okay. Because see, this could very well be a money grab. They waited until this stuff comes out with Diddy, and we know that there are people that ain't working. They're not working with everything. Okay, they are twisted. They are twisted. They are sick and twisted as the day is long. Okay. And so, and then too, you had these jilted lovers, and you sitting up taking care of them. That congregation thin out. You can't buy them Louis Vuitton bags and stuff no more. Okay, so or you might say you might have an epiphany and say God ain't pleased with what we doing. So I just we can't do this no more. Okay, so person get mad when they in it for the wrong reason. They get mad. People get mad when you ain't doing what you used to do for them. Child. Yeah, when it rains, it pours. Like I said, if they are false accusations, I would like to see that young man have some type of criminal charges brought against him. Suing him ain't gonna do a damn thing because he ain't got nothing. Okay, he ain't got nothing. So when people try and ruin your reputation, and they purposely, they think they know the law. Okay, and they'll say, I'm not doing this with malice. Sue the damn pants off of their ass. That $1 that they getting every other month, you ain't gonna get that $1 because I want it. But you ought to be able to bring some type of criminal charges against them. He says abomination. Oh Lord. Anyways, I want to move on. I want to talk about Cornelius. Now, y'all, okay, I have some people be hating when I say y'all. They go, that's just too country. But I'm used to saying, we say y'all down in like around the Mid-South area, okay? Yeah, I can't get enough of like looking at this thing with Cornelius' testimony. With Cornelius' testimony, we put y'all please get the likes up for me. Cornelius put a lot of stuff out there into the atmosphere. Now, I was looking at Mia J, and she seems to be, you could see her light coming back. You have to get used to the new norm, right? I guess it's just like that when anyone that you truly love dies, right? Of course, with her situation, young Dawson's life was snatched away from him, right? My dad had ailments, right? And I had to get used to, it's just a process. You have to get used to the new norm. Like, that's what I had to do with my grandmother. Like I was telling you all, when my grandmother passed away, she died at St. Francis. How they took her out, they killed her over there. Don't send your folks over there. I could not go. I would always take the long way around. I could not get on the expressway and go past that hospital because it was a constant reminder that my grandmother passed away in that hospital. And it was just so easy for me to say my grandmother is still at that hospital. Like I just had to psych myself out for a few months, right? Okay, she's still at that hospital. I'll get a chance to go see her, but she wasn't there, right? She had already passed away. So I would always take the long way around, regardless to where I was going. I could not go that way where I saw that hospital. And but I'm starting to see with Mia J, you know, when you have a loved one that passes on, and I don't like saying that Young Dolph had passed on because he didn't just pass on, right? That's letting people off of the hook that took his life, right? My dad passed on because he had some ailments in his body, right? Young Dolph was a healthy, young, vibrant man. They took his life, right? So we can never, I don't like it was, well, you know, Young Dolph had died. No, he didn't die. They murdered him, right? I don't like it when people say that about Dr. King and Malcolm X and all of them. Well, you know, when Dr. King died, he didn't just die. They murdered him, right? So I'm starting to see with Mia J that you know, she's starting to get her light back. She seems to be very happy. I believe that, I don't know, but I believe that whatever is going on is being communicated with her more, because even though there's a little bit more to, there's, you know, a little bit more to go, in this situation, I think that she's on the up and up, and I could see where, you know, I could just see she's starting to get a glow, right? And I'm sure she'll always, you know, when she looks at those kids, Young Dolph is a part of his children. So she'll always have a part of him. But Mia J is a young woman, okay? Young Dolph had left her and his children very well off, as any real man would do, okay? He did that. And so at some point, she's going to move on and have another man in her life, as she should. Okay. As she should. Right. And so, like I said, she may not even be thinking about that now, but we know it's going to happen one day. And so, like I said, I'm starting to see the glow, and I kind of follow the mood of Mia. When something is not right, Mia is going to let it be known. She's been riding with that man from the very start. Okay, that's the reason why I didn't let nobody come up into this chat and speak illy of his wife. And you know, I know somebody waiting in the bush is gonna say, well, she wasn't none of his wife. The Bible says when a man go into a woman, they married. As far as I'm concerned, she his wife. Okay, let me say it how I want to say it on my channel. Okay. And so I dare not let anybody come and assault his family in my chat when I already know what his family was going through. I could not allow that, because to me, that's just perverted. To me, that's another form of perversion. Okay. A lot of people may say that perversion is another definition. Now that it was sickening. That would be sickening to sit up and attack this man's family, knowing everything that they were already going through, right? Being hard on them, right? Because I saw on some channels where they was harder on the man's family, and they said that they was rocking with the man than they was the damn suspects. Okay. And so people can do what they want to do on their channels. Okay. But this is my channel. I could not allow that stuff to be put into the atmosphere on my channel. Right. And so I'm happy to start seeing her. I'm sure she understands that this is the new norm. She has to live her life with her children and move on and keep the memories. That is the new norm for them without him physically being there, right? And so now, I think that if things were not going the way that they should be going, because Mia J has been riding with her man in his absence, she's been riding with him to ensure that justice is served. We see his sisters have been riding with him. They were in court, right? Riding for their brother. They're keeping that Ida Mae Foundation going, right? They are representing, they are good representatives of him. We see his artists. Now, a lot of people may say that, hey, well, his artist is not Young Dolph and this and that. They're not supposed to be Young Dolph. That's why he signed them, because they were different, right? They all had their own sound. And me personally, I feel like if they were not doing what they were supposed to do, then the whole label would be defunct. I think those young dudes, hey, they represent people, make music, and that you can't. I mean, when you have to craft music and put good music together, you can't just put anything out there, right? I think they put out their music, they go on their tours, and then they regroup and go back into the studio, and that may take some months, right? But Cornelius had put a lot of stuff, he put a lot of stuff out there, and a lot of people wonder if how easy they're going to be on Cornelius. I don't know if they're going to be easy on him. I don't know if they are or if they aren't, right? But maybe he may get some consideration, because normally that's how it's done. He may or he may not get some consideration, but whatever happens, you don't see Young Dolph's family sweating it, right? It's as if they already know that everything is going to be okay, right? It's as if they already know that everything is going to be okay, which is a good thing, because this has been a long battle, right? A long 3 years, where you had people battling, and it should not have been like that, right? I can understand like the stress that his family had, not knowing if there was if he was going to get justice. Hey, and I could empathize with them, but as I had told y'all from the very start, when they was like, well, they're not letting his family know. Sometimes there are points in investigations, especially when you're talking about something as deep as what's going on in this is a high profile case. There are just in some points that there's some things they just could not let her in on at that point, right? But we saw how everything kind of worked out in court, and that was just round one. Okay, that was just round one. Yeah, I think Kato 2 times been out of jail. I think he's been out for a while now, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's been out. Hey, Tamara and everyone. Hey, Leo. Yeah, I think he's been out. I truly think that Dolph's murder was way bigger than just Quit and Juke. And I'm not talking about other rappers being involved in the play. Oh, wow. Well, it's definitely going to be interesting to see, where this train takes us, right? It's going to be interesting to see where the train take us for the rest of the destination, okay? Because there is a final destination as it relates to anything. And it's going to be interesting to see when the train stops at its final destination, how many people get snatched up off that train before the train gets to its final destination, right? And all we can do is just watch the ride. That's all we could do. Anyways, you guys, listen, Hold on, y'all. You guys, make sure y'all hit the like button for me, okay? Like, share, and subscribe. Mm. Um, Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna drop the link. Okay. I'll drop the link. Anybody that wants to come up. Anybody that wants to come up can come up. Okay, you guys. Yeah, anybody want to come up, hit the link. Hold on, y'all. I guess nobody wants to come up. Hold on, y'all. Y'all know I'm looking at something. It said, "Hey Miss T, I have to say, out of all of the media channels that I've seen on YouTube over the years since the pandemic, you definitely are good at what you do. Do you have a media URL website?" I do have a website. I guess I need to start promoting it more. Hold on, y'all. I'm looking. Y'all know I'm looking at some. Child. Okay. It says, "We think federal informant." It says, "I watch the trial almost every chance I get. It be bits and pieces. I be done mit." I'm telling you, it was loaded with a lot. It was loaded with a lot. It really was. It was loaded. Yes, it was. It was definitely loaded. I dropped the link. I guess nobody wants to come up. Yeah, hold on. We were talking about a plethora. I talked about like 4 different people. I talked about Wendy Williams. I talked about Puffy. I talked about TD Jakes, and I talked about Mia J. I talked about Mia J. Seems to be doing a lot better. I don't know. I think Shondell, I think he was released like the same day or the next day or something like that after he was arrested. He said you don't want to talk about him. Lord have mercy. Mr. Park, I'd be scared to ask you what you want to talk about you because you a hot mess. You be wanting to talk about some stuff that ain't appropriate.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, since nobody want to hit the link, I hit the link. I don't know. I'm in the barbershop chilling.
Oh,
What's
okay.
up, good people? Nothing. I just wanted to, man. Honestly, I don't know if y'all been paying it. And this Steven, by the way. So I just want to give, what I'm saying? People call us a paper route channel, whatever. They can say what they want to say. But the things those guys are doing, still in Memphis. I know Grove having that movie night tonight at his basketball court. All the stuff they do for the public for free. It's good to see young black people taking care of their own. And that's kind of why I get so engulfed and so upset at the same time with this dog case is because they were helping Memphis. They were, and I'm not saying they were just completely on the up and up, but they were doing so much to help Memphis, and you take this man away because of everything that you could do and you had the resources to do, he was doing, and you just couldn't stand to see it, and you still ain't doing nothing, even after. What did Charleston White say one time? Charleston White even said, you take somebody like Dolph away, and who's replacing him? You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like when you look at Paper Route, they really don't have an obligation to help Memphis anymore. But the love they have for Memphis, the love they have for those people, and it's a lot of stuff that they do that people don't know about. Even I know about in Alabama. It's like, man, like they still going as hard as if Dolph were here, while the other side running or doing photo ops. You give them, doing stuff, and it's not even genuine. It's good to see Paper Route not giving up, not quitting. It's good to see me and Jay still smiling through it all because they know what's about to happen here soon. But you got to give a shout out to them, brother, because there's no label like Paper Route on earth. No rap
Absolutely.
label I've ever seen, especially with no huge financial backing. They're totally independent. They do a lot of stuff out of their own pocket. And people don't realize that.
That's true.
And people just hating on these brothers for no reason. I don't understand why so many people in Memphis hate Paper Route and hate that movement. I still don't know why. I just don't understand. I don't know what dog did to these folks. But like JD said, man, back in the day, when you ask people why they don't like me, it's what I didn't do for them. It's what Dolph didn't do for people, as opposed to just giving them stuff to make them worse. Like he wanted people to grind and get it out the mud. Even his own artists, he made them get it out the mud, but he was there for them to help. So I'm gonna give a shout out to Paper Route, man. People may not like it, but Dolph, the king of Tennessee, forget the king of Memphis, that brother, the king of Tennessee, and he got them brothers on the right path, and I hope they keep doing well. So shout out to them brothers, for real.
Yeah, shout out to them. I agree 100%. What that young man was doing to go and learn the business for himself, and not get tied up in all of these deals, that was going to that would not have made him a millionaire so fast, and to teach that to those artists. I think he was truly on the track to I've heard some people say he was a genius as far as going and learning the business and learning it, getting into it, learning it fast and spreading it. Sometimes when people start learn something, they don't want for other people to know, right? They want to keep it a secret. But this man was, teaching these young men that was around him the same thing, and he was going to sign more artists because he had signed Shatana in Chicago. I believe he was going to make his way all around the regions, and for his life to be just cut short just because of jealousy is absolutely really just, I don't know, it's really pitiful.
Yeah, and they know it. They know it was messed up. Even my bad. As a black person, you got to know that this right here, like, come on, even like I think it's eating up at a lot of them because it was just so many people involved, and the end result is going to be like the whole world, like your sister said, like the whole world is going to see you for who you are one day, and you can't get away from that. You can't get around it. You're going to be labeled probably the biggest hater of all time. Of all time, like if it's Judas, then you. I wouldn't want to live like that. I know I'm being facetious, but man, like you just couldn't leave that alone. Like you got the resources to do everything Dolph did, but you choose to put this money and energy into hating the man instead of saying, let me just see what he's doing and try to do this and just stay in my lane. It's unbelievable how sometimes we are our own worst enemy. Like slavery did what it was supposed to do for whatever reason. and it's sad. You give us some money, and we look what we do with it. Destroy each other while other people sit back and laugh at us. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But shout out to Paper Route though, man. They hope they keep doing everything on the up and up. And it ain't always about music. Like Ari and Trey coming too. They got all kinds of. They ain't in the music. They gonna hopefully, nobody try to hate on them because they probably hating seeing black men deserve to grow. They hate that too. They hate it on Dope. They probably hating his offspring. So we gotta protect them babies. We look out for Mia and look out for each other too. So I mean, and Dolph should be like it should be a segue. If you got some money, you got ideas, man, create your own stuff. You see Tam, she independent. You don't hear about Tam doing all this crazy stuff, signing all these folks. You go do all thing. So you got money at the black, like lift each other up, do your own thing, put some money in your own ideas and your own dreams. So we can accomplish it. Nobody's stopping us but us. Like being fearful ain't gonna get you nowhere. Gotta spend money to make it. So everybody take that same path. There's plenty of money to be made. Ain't nobody holding us down but ourselves. Let's be real. Nobody, especially not in 2024. We got too much going for us. Let's make it happen.
That's right. Make it happen. That's all you got to do. Time, hard work, dedication. And I'm gonna tell you something. I went back and I looked at that video. And I hate to pull it up because I don't want people to say that's just like beating a dead horse. But I go back and I look at that video of when Straight Drop was in that elevator when he had his daughter and he was talking on the phone. You could look at the boy's eyes. It wasn't like he was jumping over the broom. He knew. You could tell he had something on his mind. He wasn't built for that. Even though he was out there in the streets doing what he was doing, I think he was egged on. Gone, man. We need to go and do that. So you can get this money. We can start going up this and that. No, he wasn't.
Right. I agree. He looked like he didn't want to do it, but like I say, how would he be looked at? Like he really didn't do it. You could just tell. And then I see his mama tried to call him. I'm like, dang, bro. That was your last hit. That was God trying to save you from yourself. You just 86 years for nothing. You can do 86 years for a doggone record deal you never got.
And that he was never gonna get, because I still don't think that he wasn't gonna be the next big thing on CMG. That's before people say that's what the district attorney said, right? That he was supposed to be the next. They had promised him that he would be the next big thing on CMG. I don't think they ever really intended to make him the next big thing.
No chance. The boy can't rap anyway. Like, I mean, if you the next big thing compared to who? Youngster? He can't rap. Migo can't rap. Mossy can't rap. I don't know. They trick like that. But he was a grown man, but at the same time, people get manipulated all the time. And he just, all he had to do was ask the question: who else on this label had to do what y'all want me to do to get signed? That's all he had to do. That's it. He surrounded himself with all them dudes, and none of them people were around him in court. Not one of them folks were around him. He was sitting there by himself. I don't even know if his mama was there. It was just him against the state of Tennessee. Mm-hmm. And they made an example of him. They made a quick example of that boy.
Yes, they did.
So,
and he was truly by himself. You could see he would look back every now and again to see if somebody was in there supporting him.
Yeah. Nobody was there. Not even the baby mom. Nobody. All them folks that was on stage with it, nobody from Heavy Camp, nobody from Bread Gang, nobody from Low Boys, nobody from CMG. Nobody. You saw the Thorntons. You saw me. You probably saw me and Jay. But that's it. They weren't there to support you. They were there to make sure they got justice. And he saw his Cody got up there and snitched on him. That's all he could. And then his brother. That's a crazy life.
That's a crazy life. And look at how it's been like a downward spiral since it happened. What was it worth it? You spend so many years. I mean, that wasn't just a freak accident. That wasn't just chance. That there had been many years spent trying to kill him.
Yeah, and that's gonna come back to get them all. Like you just you hate somebody that much that you try to kill them consistently for 9-10 years. Like, dang, what, you know what I'm saying? Like, these people really thought they were a cartel. They thought this was a movie, but the feds are gonna show you. The feds losing movies. They're not gonna lose in real life. I say that now. Not even close. So they might as well get ready. But I wanted to come up and shout out to Tamara. Like I said, we we had to hit our plateau and peak. Now we back on the hopefully the peak again. Letting us talking and putting our differences aside. That lets you know people. When you got two mature adult, well, you got one mature adult and Tamara. I'm just playing. I'm just playing, Tamara. I'm just playing. That we can put stuff aside. Things kind of got out there, but thankfully, she allowed me an opportunity, and she forgave me and for stuff I said, and I mean stuff like so. If we can do it, anybody can. Man. It's don't hold grudges, man. Don't like going to 20 really at all, but especially going into the next day of the new year. It just ain't worth it. Like it's stuff bigger in life than that. Like, you never know when somebody's gonna go. I really care for Tamara as a person. I know it was days that I didn't understand why stuff happened, and I was saddened. I used to be in the bushes all the time. I ain't gonna lie. But I was like, man, let me just go because that's not even who I am. So I hope that everybody takes a lesson from that. My error that I made as a man, I can admit that I was wrong. And just everybody just be better. Just be better because you only get one life. Man. You don't want to ruin it by messing up on ego or arrogance or just anything. It ain't worth it. It just ain't worth it. Because once you're gone, you're gone. Once you're gone, you're gone. And Tamara's a good person. Like she genuinely, now she crazy, but she'll say that. But she's a genuinely good person when it's good. All that Gemini stuff, I'm a Sagittarius. It's just people. But Tam is really. If you look at a lot of what's going on YouTube, especially with this case, people can say what they want. She's helped a lot of people. To a fault sometimes, and it's like she's been burned, and there are some situations where people give her credit, but she's been burned a lot. And like she said, she don't mess with nobody unless you mess with her. Then that quote unquote South Memphis come out of her, but just keep that. As long as that South Memphis stay inside, she cool. When it come out, hey, I can't help it. But man, yeah, just she's probably one of the only people that really wants to see other people win, even at if it's a disadvantage towards her, because you got some people that kind of turned on. I ain't gonna say no names, but we read what we saw, and Sam is a genuinely good person. He wants to help people because that's how she was raised. You can tell. So shout out to you, Tam. Women love compliments. I'm gonna stop doing y'all just love compliments anyway. Well, man, man, just all good.
I appreciate that. You almost made water come to my eyes.
Man, I ain't thinking about you. I ain't thinking about you, man. But hey, man, just please, when that train gets to rolling, I'm telling you, it's like a locomotive, man. Just try to stay on the good side, please. For the love of God, don't get her started, because she will cussing for days. And yeah, y'all just keep supporting her. It's a black person, black woman. Man, support everybody, man. But a lot of people owe Tam a lot of credit. She's really the only one from Memphis that's been holding it down for real. Unbiased. She's been giving the truth. That's why it's called real talk, not pretend talk or 50%. She's giving the truth, and we know it just based on what we've seen. So big up to you. Shout out to you as always. I'm giving you your flowers, and I'm gonna get in the barber chair. So I'm gonna get with y'all later.
All right, Stephen. Thank you.
All right, no doubt.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Shout out to Stephen. That really touched me right there. It really did. It touched me. It really touched me. I think I've just been emotional today anyways too, because I think at the beginning of the like earlier today, like I was leaving my mama's house, and a young lady who me and her kind of write grants together. She's really good. And I had not even been checking. And I just know that I had reached out to some city council people, and I applied for some grants, right? And it was like, oh, we're gonna take care of you, this, and that. Yeah, we're gonna do our thing. And I didn't even think about it no more, because I had just been I got to go to a ceremony next week, because I was awarded a grant for my organization from Memphis Light Gas and Water's union. And they awarded me 10 grand, of course. And so they're having a ceremony. So I didn't think any more of it, because I know, like, when you start applying for the local grants, that sometimes it takes a minute, you know. And so she comes, she said, "Tamara, have you checked?" I was like, "Check what?" She was like, "Have you checked the list? Your name is on the list. The councilman's awarded you your grant, your money." I was like, "What?" She said, "Yes, your name, your organization is on there." I was like, "Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God." They had told me that they would, you know. Oftentimes people say that they will, and then they don't, you know. And she was so excited. She was like, "Your name, your organization is on there." I was like, "Oh my God." And that was just today. So that's 2. And I'm waiting I applied with the county too. So it seems I believe they come in 3s. So I had forget, you know, I knew I guess it was gonna come, because I was like, it's so many organizations applied. But that just came out of nowhere. I was like, wow, you know. And I was like, I don't know why I'm so I started crying then. I was like, oh my God, it's like things have really just been coming like in 3s and stuff, you know, just coming back to back to back to back to back, as it relates to that, when it's time, you know, to start getting stuff off of the ground. You know, God says, if you build it, I'll send them, right? If he gives you the vision, he'll give you the provision to be able to run it. And I was like, Lord, it's so much that I want to be able to do. And then just right out the gate, to get people to start supporting you, and you know, pushing you and encouraging you. And as I always say, it's one thing when you want to build something, you can encourage people, but you have to have funds. And so I said, well, God, if the funds start coming in, if you allow the funds to start coming in like I want them to start coming in, then I will definitely continue the vision and make sure I just continuously run with it. And that's what has been happening. So like I said, I'm looking for it in 3s. I believe that I asked for a substantial amount from the county, and I just, you know, hey, I put it into the atmosphere. I did what I was supposed to do, and it's in the atmosphere. And if it's meant for me, it'll come to me, just like those came to me, right? So thank you, the Alabama hitter. He says, God got it. So I was getting all emotional about that today. So y'all know how I am. I be having I get so tickled when I think about my one of my daughter's dads. They have different dads. I got 2 kids, okay? And one of my daughter's dads was like, one thing I could say is that you didn't bore me. I said, you always talk about our word that he used to always say, you wear the hell out of me. You wear the hell out of me. He used to always say that. He was young, saying, you wear the hell out of me, but he was a cheater. I tried to run him crazy. Okay. I tried to run him flat foot crazy since he thought he was gonna cheat. I stayed on his nerve. And so he was saying one day, he had me tickled. He said, one thing for sure, you might have been a lot of things, but you weren't boring, because you had a different emotion every 30 minutes. So you didn't bore me one bit, because you had a different emotion every 30 minutes. Oh Lord, Mr. Parker, what are you talking about? Me and that man had not been together in 25 years, and don't want to be with him. He said, Miss T, pop that shit, albeit you are too humble. Yeah. You know what? I wish I was one. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I admire like people that have real outgoing personalities. I don't have an outgoing personality. Like when I get on here, like people that went to school with me and stuff, they go, we can't believe that you actually was on the radio, because my dad and I had a radio show. Can't believe you on TV, because you always was quiet in real life. That's how I am. I'm quiet and reserved. I sit in a corner and I ain't gonna say nothing. I don't really go out. If I do, I ain't gonna be on the dance floor dancing or nothing like that, because I'm just gonna sit back in the corner and watch everything and not say nothing. But my dad had said to me when he started, he was like, if I start putting money behind you in media, you're gonna have to tap into your alter ego. So I guess that's why I start shit talking when I get on here, when I get, me and my dad used to talk plenty of shit on the radio. We talked so much shit. One time they kicked us off of a station. They told my dad, we're gonna refund you your money. Y'all can't come back up in here. ZK says Mr. Parker going to take you personal every time. Mr. Parker, I know Mr. Parker ain't talking. He was sitting up talking about he was over at his child's grandmother's house eating yesterday. He went over to his child's grandmother's house, which would be his kid's mother. He went over to his kid's mother's house for Thanksgiving dinner. So I know he ain't saying nothing. So Mr. Parker had Thanksgiving dinner with his baby's mamas and them yesterday. Neo says, "Not for real. Memphis people can talk shit like no other. A Memphis roast session has me shocked." Look at how you just spin narratives the wrong way and F up the facts. Oh, but that's what you said. That's what you said. That's what you said. I ain't spin nothing. I regurgitated the same way you put it in the chat. Well, and then you also said that she was getting mad because you was on in the chat and you weren't paying her any attention. Okay, I read that yesterday too. Okay, but the fact of the matter is you spent Thanksgiving with your baby's mother, so with your kid's mom. Sure did. I ain't say nothing. You know what I mean? I don't be saying nothing, but I be peeping. That's right, ZK. ZK read it too. ZK read it too. The Punky Poo says she saw it too. Punky Poo saw it too. Oh my God. So you guys, I've partnered with, it's funny how things work out. This guy that is over this vlog, and he has hundreds of thousands of followers, had reached out to me. He had reached out to me earlier, like months ago, and I be looking at their shows and stuff, and he was like, let's work together. And look, yes, sir.
Yeah, y'all not gonna play with me today. I'm not in the mood for none of y'all's foolishness.
What you talking about?
Y'all can't read. That's what I'm talking about.
We read exactly what you put in the chat.
What I said was, see, you saw that, but you didn't see what I said. I was over my mother and aunt's house eating.
I didn't see that. You said your mother. You said your mother-in-law. You said what house?
I ain't got no What are you talking about, Tamara
You
Christina?
said you
I
over
was
your
at
what
my
house?
mama house. My mama
Oh,
house. My
I thought
daughter has a child. My grandson's grandmother on his father's side came through the door. Are you caught up now?
yeah, what's she mad about you being in the chat for?
Cause I wasn't paying her no attention, I guess.
Why was you supposed to be paying her some attention?
Man, hey, listen, Tam, I'm me. I don't know if you think I'm just me in this chat, but I'm me in real life.
What you talking about?
Nothing. I ain't talking about nothing. So look, check this out. Lester Street.
Mm-hmm.
I told you I was binge watching some of my favorite first 48s.
Right.
Do you know anything about Lester Street?
Yeah, I know about Lester Street.
What side of town is
Talking
that?
about with Jesse Dawson?
Yep.
Yeah, what about it?
What side of town? Don't what about it? You said I could talk about whatever I wanted to talk about. This is what I want to talk about. What side of town is Lester Street?
I don't know. I think Lester Street is around either North Memphis or Orange Mound. Let me see. Let me see. I'll know in a few minutes.
Was you working on the police force when that happened?
Yeah, I was there when it happened.
You didn't work that case?
No, I ain't worked there. It's in Binghamton. It's in Binghamton.
I don't know what that is.
That's over there where my oldest daughter's dad is from.
Is your oldest daughter's dad named Jesse Dotson?
No.
Oh, I was just checking.
No, it's in Binghamton, Lester Street.
Snazzy Cake said the 3 surviving kids be doing interviews and stuff. She said
They do have the son. You could the young man.
Cecil Jr.
Yeah, Cecil Jr. and he's definitely traumatized. He just did an interview a few months ago with a young man named Wicked from out of Memphis. You should go look at that.
Yeah, that's what she said in the chat.
Mm-hmm. He did an interview, and you could tell that those kids are traumatized. I have a friend that was working at the hospital at the time because they had to man the kids. They had to have police security there around the clock.
Mm-hmm.
And
because they thought the GDs was after the whole family.
Yeah, the kids was very traumatized. The kids were very traumatized. It said that
that's sad.
They would be just you just be laying there looking at TV, and then he would have an outburst. All of a sudden, he would just say, "I don't know where that motherfucker tried to kill me." So they knew that he was going to be traumatized.
Right. Yeah, I watched that and got kind of pissed off. I had forgot all about that, but yeah.
So let me ask you something. Do you believe that he? Do you think that he did that by himself?
Yeah, I do.
Me too. I do too.
I absolutely do.
A lot of people don't think it's easy to do, but I think it is if you have a gun.
Yeah. Yeah. He got the drop on his brother who had the shotgun by the couch, and he shot his brother. And then he just shot the other adults because they was in the room. And then his whole mindset was because he told his mama, the kids saw what happened. Mm-hmm. But the sister Nicole said at the end of that episode that Junior always had animosity towards his family since he had got out because he was in there for almost 14 years and he felt like they ain't hold him down. He was in jail for an attempted murder. He hadn't been out before he killed this whole family.
Mm-hmm. Now the rumor was that when he went into jail, the brother's wife was his girlfriend. Now that's the rumor.
And so he felt the way about Cecil dating his ex.
Yeah, but I think he had some type of affection for his brother because if you go back and look at the trial, because it was televised, it's on YouTube. He would be, when they would show the pictures, he would be of the bodies. He didn't have no emotion. He would be smirking. He would, it was like a mental illness, right? But when
Right.
they would show pictures of his brother's body, that he had a serious face, like he couldn't look at that. It seemed that there was an emotion that kicked in.
Right. That's crazy. Yeah, he's evil. That shit really like pissed me off, and it made me think about, all your different organizations and what you be trying to do for, for these young folk, and like, how do you explain that to them children? Like, how do you explain that to them children or children that lived in that neighborhood that knew the two boys that was killed? You know what I mean? Like, that affects more than just that Dotson family. I can only imagine what the mama or the sister might be dealing with to this day, but that was a community. That was a street. Like, it wasn't just one house in a cul-de-sac. That was a street. And you know how our neighborhoods are when it's a lot of us, our kids tend to play together.
Yeah.
And the two boys that got killed, one of them was 2, but I think the other one was maybe like 5 or 6. So he had friends around that neighborhood. Like, that's crazy, man. That's crazy to kill them kids, for real. Like, the whole thing was crazy, but to kill them children, that's crazy.
Especially a 3-month-old baby. What could a 3-month-old baby do to you?
Right. Yeah, that whole thing just really.
I think it definitely traumatized even some of the officers, to go in there and see a
Right.
3-month-old baby with a butcher knife protruding out of the baby's head.
Right.
So
Yeah, you could. I mean, I don't know how much of First 48 is people putting on for the cameras or whatever, but I could tell by looking at what's homeboy name? He one of my favorites on there. Tony
Armstrong.
Yeah, I could tell he was pissed. Like, he was legitimately upset. And for him to be a lieutenant and had been in the game as long as he had been in it at that point in time, you wouldn't expect him to be that emotionally invested. But he was on some extra shit when it came to that case.
Tony is a genuinely good-hearted person. He's always been very mild-mannered and laid back, and very, a gentleman, very respectable. And he went all the way up to the police chief. He had Chief Davis's position for many years, and then after him, Mike Rawlins, and then now Chief Davis.
Right. Yeah, he seemed like an all right cat. He seemed no nonsense, if nothing else. That's not the only Memphis episode I've seen, but that's one of them ones, though.
Yeah, Jesse, I think he's truly, definitely some mental illness, a lot of mental illness, because I think when he went down there in the jail, and I don't think he was faking. Like, he was really having issues. He was talking about how he thought that the fly was spying on him. So
Damn.
So that's truly mental illness for real.
I mean, mental illness is real, but so is just being evil.
Yeah, that too. I agree.
And I think there's a fine line between mental illness might make you shoot your brother, his girlfriend, they friend, and his girlfriend, but evil makes you try to kill 5 kids.
Yeah, innocent children that did nothing. I
Right.
mean, you talking about, you think the kids was going to identify you? A 3-month-old baby can't identify themselves.
Right. Yep. So I he might be mentally ill, but I just choose to say that the nigga was evil, and I think they gave him 6 death penalties plus 120 years. So I don't know if they ever executed him, but I guess that's justice.
Yeah. The thing about it is, I don't really think he cared.
He'll care when they strap his ass up to that chair. Because that's when they all start caring.
Shoot, I think Jesse gonna outlive me and you. When do they really kill anybody?
Right. That's true. That's true. That is true.
But yeah, that was one of those cases that was really, yeah, that it was really sad.
Mhm.
Alabama Hill said Jesse's still trying to get out. I don't mean no harm. Jesse don't need to be on the street. Now he's one of
Hell,
those definitely a liability.
right. Um, who else is on? I really don't want to talk about this town, but I'm gonna be nice today. Who else is on Paper Route besides Key Glock?
Key Glock, Jay Fizzle, Kenny Money, Snoop Bands, Paper Route Woo. Yeah.
And out of all of them, the rest of all of them except Key Glock local, right? And what I mean by that is I ain't heard of none of them other cats outside of this channel.
Oh shoot, they be going up. I mean, they go up. It's plenty of people talk about them. When them boys go to any city, they selling out.
Oh, okay. Well, I asked that because I really feel like who's running the label?
Daddy,
Okay. Because I really feel like Key Glock is gonna I hate to say it, but I think he's gonna end up being a bigger artist than even Dolph was.
well, people look to Key Glock because he was around Dolph a lot. They
Mhm.
know he was around him quite a bit. And
Mhm.
so people look to him to also carry that on, right?
Right.
I think he he's probably, it goes to show the hard work that Young Dolph had put into his label, because even though he's independent, Key Glock is somewhat mainstream, really.
I think I agree with that, and the reason I feel like he might mess around and be at the end of it all might be a bigger star than Dolph is because I look at that Let's Go video, and just for someone who has shot numerous videos, that is a expensive video. And people don't shoot expensive videos like Buster, Puffy. Those people was the only DJ Khaled. Those was the only people shooting expensive videos over the past 10 years. And that video, I would say that's at least $1 million budget video.
It probably is.
And for somebody to be willing to put that type of money into Key Glock and that song, which the song is, I love the song. I think the song's fantastic. But to put that type of money into it means that they looking for Key Glock to be to get to a certain level and maybe even beyond. So I think it would be poetic justice. I think it'll be apropos if he messes around and becomes an even bigger star and surpasses anybody on CMG as far as star quality. I think that would be fantastic.
He already has, and I'm gonna be honest about it, because if you think about it, now CMG has a machine behind them. They're not independent, so they have a machine that is constantly pumping them out there. But I mean, it costs money, so that means that they're not getting half of their money because they're charging them for consistently pumping them out there like oil and putting them in the faces of people. It don't mean that they're necessarily successful. It just means that they're just pumping you out there.
Right.
Because that's what a machine does. It makes it seem like you got some type of something going on when you really don't.
Right.
What's up, the hitter?
What's going on? How y'all doing?
Good. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was good. It was good. It was real good.
Did you cook?
I did. I cooked everything, and yeah, I ain't doing that no more.
You had quite a few folks to come through.
Yeah, just family, just family. We had a good time. We had a good time, and
They took all the food away, didn't it?
nah, they really did. We still got a good little bit. You know, so I cook for like it. I cook like I cook for an army, so yeah, we still got a good bit left over. But yeah, I'd never do that again. All of that, you know, I made macaroni and cheese from scratch, and you know what I'm saying, the dressings and everything. Man, my hands was cramped up at the end of the day.
All that stirring and all of that.
Yes. Oh my God. I ain't nah, I'm cool on that. Lord have mercy. But listen, I want to say this to what Mr. Parker just said. I really he may bring in more numbers than Dolph, but uh his personality and the impact that he'll bring, I don't think that's gonna surpass Dolph. Um Dolph was one of a kind.
Dolph was one of a kind hitter, but we talking about from a standpoint of longevity. And unfortunately, Dolph ain't have a long enough time in the limelight to do what Key Glock can potentially do. From a standpoint of Key Glock's age, his talent as an MC, and a few acting classes, etc. And you might be seeing Key Glock doing movies and TV shows. So
No, that's what he want to do.
okay,
This is
so
my
that's my
yeah.
point. That's my
This is
point.
my thing though. Key Glock is an introvert, if y'all had noticed.
Yeah, he is. He's an introvert.
And you know, the reason that they even at the level that they at right now is because Dolph laid it all down. He put it all on the line. He went out and he advertised, he pushed paper out. And I just don't see that in Key Glock pushing the line for paper out or even his own label. Now, will he hop in the studio and make a banger? Absolutely. But you know what I'm saying? It's just the impact that come after that, you know. That's my whole thing. But I
And
get what you're saying.
I think too, because I've heard him say it. I think what angered Key Glock had the opportunity. He was around Dolph to see how people were scared to say rest in peace to him. Folks, the industry kind of did him dirty. Folks that we thought that had really messed with him. They were. It was almost like they chose sides. They was quiet. Wasn't nobody saying nothing. And I think Key Glock took that personally, which is why you don't see him. I think he purposely stay away from a lot of industry people.
Right. And the fact that, you know, the ones that did say rest in peace to Young Dolph, that's all they did. They went back in their hole. They went and did back to their life. Nobody tried to raise awareness for Dolph or do nothing charitable for Dolph or, you know, anything to just keep the man. You ain't got to say justice for Dolph. You could do a charity for Dolph just so that his name is still out here circulating. Nah, we had to do that.
I was surprised Gucci ain't do more than what he did, because he had already, before Dolph was assassinated, he had already like chosen a side. He wasn't really rocking with Head Sanford like that anymore. So he had
Right.
and Dolph was him and Dolph was like two peas in a pod as far as the industry is concerned. But I think in real life they was, rather close. So he, I expected him to do more, but just seeing how certain things have fallen into place after Dolph, I don't even know if Gucci. I think he been compromised too. So that could explain why he didn't do more.
I'm gonna say this. Gucci did make a song attributed to Dolph. But at the same time, you know, we all like to get a good chuckle in and say what we say about Stan G. Salute to him. At the same time, Stan G dropped gems. Gucci put that key in his back. You know, when Dolph felt like he had the backing of Gucci, that's when he piped up toward this whole situation, you know. So Gucci owed more than to just, saying fall back into the shadows.
I feel the same way.
Yeah, cause he was riding. This beef was originally Gucci Mane. So we can't forget that. You know, so yeah, it's a lot to it, but Salute to Key Glock. Salute to Kenny Money and Big Moochie Grape. I hope they go out and have outstanding careers. You know, yeah, they on the right track.
Mm-hmm. And they
Yeah,
taking
and
them
I
short.
forgot about Big Moochie Grape too. And Big
Mhm.
Moochie Grape came out of jail. He came out swinging.
And Big Moochie and B.O. Lil Kenny, they pretty much did the same thing. They shot videos coming through the gate. Mhm. So yeah, man. You gotta love it.
I like
You
how
gotta love it.
the whole label is being ran strategically, because you can, a lot of times, the faster you put an artist out, the faster they burn out
Right, that's true.
with the consumer. So, you know, like, I hate to say it, but Glorilla might not be too long before she back in the bushes, because she just came out so fast. And because it just like with, you know, I'm in Charlotte, so just like with the baby, he came out kind of fast. You know what I mean? His momentum picked up real quick. And just from an artist standpoint, when you don't show versatility in your flows and things of that nature and your content, it's back to the bushes. I don't think what he said on stage about the LBGT had anything to do with him falling off, because people are already complaining like, man, he spit the same flow every time. Like, when you have people saying stuff like that, that's a valid point. That type of stuff picks up momentum to the point where even the biggest DaBaby fan was like, bro, like, you ain't got nothing else you can contribute. So, you know, I think the same thing may happen to Glorilla, and part of it is because she got pushed out there so fast. Paper Routes taking their time with all their artists. Like, the reason I know of Key Glock and don't know of anybody else, that's probably somewhat strategic. They building, those other artists are building the name up in Memphis and in Tennessee and throughout the South, and then you take them global. Key Glock was here when Dolph was alive, so he did that local and regional thing. So it's of course it's time for him to, you know, be whatever he's gonna be. I think it. Who you said, Daddy O? I think who, you know, him and whoever's consulting him or whatever the case may be, they running it right.
I'm gonna say this about the baby. So back when the baby was hot, I absolutely agree. He had the same flow, but listen, I cannot agree. This man light was extinguished, because what he's spitting right now is 10 times harder than anything that he was doing back in 2019, 2020. They not letting this man make it at all. He out of here. The baby is, man, he done switched it up, and he got some bars, but they just not trying to hear the baby. He out of here. They didn't excommunicate him.
I hear
In
what
my
you're saying,
opinion.
and you're not wrong, Hitter. But what I'm telling you is from a standpoint of somebody who lives here in Charlotte, where he's from. They was tired of him before. Here in Charlotte, they was tired of him before that.
I get it, but that's
From
Charlotte. We talking about the mainstream,
right,
and
but if you can't hold your hometown down, then it's not gonna work for you. Unless your hometown is a city like LA or New York, if you can't hold your hometown down and remain solid in your own hometown, then I don't care what your buzz is everywhere else. Eventually, the fact that your hometown ain't really rocking with you like that,
you
it's gonna
think
catch up to.
Memphis
But
really rocking? What's the percentage of Memphis that's rocking with CMG right now? I'm gonna say it's 40-60.
Or
I'm
less.
saying, yeah, but everywhere else they love.
CMG is a label. So talk about a specific artist on CMG, and I can answer that question better.
All right, let's go. Glorilla. They love that Memphis accent. They love that deep voice.
And
You know
your
what I'm saying?
and your thinking is that Memphis don't rock with Glorilla? Because I don't believe that.
I think Memphis is proud of Glorilla. But you don't just hear folks just blasting Glorilla consistently.
Right.
Glorilla has a machine behind her, like oil, and they pumping her.
Hey.
Somebody was telling me, I believe it was Steven, saying that her singles tend to do very good, but people are not really. They don't. As far as the whole album, they're not. They don't do well.
And hard as Moneybag is, Moneybag ain't making the noise he used to make no more.
Yeah, his albums, he's not selling like that.
Because he ain't holding down Memphis.
Well,
so you kind of proving my point when we talking about the baby.
When I'm gonna say this, men hear Glorilla because it's bumping out of somebody else ride, or that's what the females listen to. I'm pretty sure that the males that's pumping music in Memphis not pumping Glorilla. They gonna pump one of these AOB niggas or CEO Jizzle before they listen to Glorilla.
There's a viral TikTok. There's a viral TikTok of just a regular dude sitting in the car talking about he need for the men rappers to step it up because he tired of having to hear Glorilla all the time, and then Glorilla come on and he start car dancing.
Right, I saw it.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Like, what it don't matter what you hearing Glorilla or how you hearing Glorilla. Glorilla is Glorilla right now,
and that's because of the machine. Fam.
Okay.
As dope as Kendrick Lamar is, man, they putting Kendrick Lamar in our face, all in our eye sockets. It's not by half a chance. And that's why Drake's so pissed off right now. He know what they doing. And that's why he's suing.
That's not he's suing the label because they pushed a song that called him probably the worst thing you can be called in our society. So I get that. But as far as Kendrick Lamar, like, we can't compare the two. Kendrick Lamar has at least 3 classic albums. Like, we can't compare him to Glorilla. That's not the same. What I'm saying, we talking about Glorilla and the baby. When we talk about them in comparison, my only point is, yes, what he got on that stage and said was some wild shit, right? But I'm telling you, as somebody who lives here, his buzz was falling here before that even happened. So just like if I know Tam and I ask Tam, what's up with this dude, Big Moochie Grape in Memphis? He this, he that, and she said, oh yeah, he this, he that, blah blah blah, and then I go check his music out. Now I'm talking about him to somebody else. Yeah, my people in Memphis say he running Memphis, he this, that. When you talk to somebody from Charlotte, they're gonna tell you the baby. Nah, he ain't really moving no numbers here. That matters. So yeah, did the machine turn their back on them? Absolutely. Yeah. And we know that a lot of these machines are ran by people from the LBGT. So I'm not saying that did not have an effect, but what I'm saying is that because when your star shoots up that fast, a lot of times that's how fast you fall.
Yeah, I get it.
If you can't maintain it, if you can't bring something else to the table but the same simple flow, and talking about who you slept with and how many niggas you done killed when you only killed the 2 niggas in Walmart because they were trying to rob you. I mean, I'm just saying a lot of things, more than one thing can be true. So you ain't wrong. I'm definitely not saying you're wrong. But I'm just saying that as far as a local buzz, the baby lost it a long time ago. And when it comes to Memphis, PRE seems to be doing it the right way. Building their artists up slow, making sure they got consistent heat when they drop, right?
Mm-hmm. And
Key Glock is the head as far as the artist portion of PRE is concerned. And I see big things for the young bro, for real.
And the good thing about Key Glock, he don't seem selfish. He seemed to support the other artists because when Dolph was first assassinated, when Key Glock went on that Yellow Tape tour, he took the other artists.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's how Kenny Money. He definitely helped Kenny Money too, because Kenny Money was already working hard, but I think he helped him to get more, I guess, notoriety when he went on tour with him.
Right.
He started throwing that blue money and stuff. He really did like that was almost like a tagline or something like that. He throwing blue money.
It was a whole campaign.
Blue money in the crowd.
It was a whole campaign, and
It was a campaign. You're right.
the whole and people might not know it, but Kenny Money bring that street aspect. Now, when you listen to his music, you don't really hear it, but Kenny Money bring that street aspect to Paper Route.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? The company that he keep, they street dudes. B.O. Lil
Right.
Kenny, CEO Jizzle, and they not goofy with it. They
Right.
not out here, you know what I'm saying, just going crazy. They know what they doing. So it looked real good, and really they should have signed BEO, and they need to go ahead and sign CEO Jizzle. But if you notice something, not only PRE but CMG, they hadn't signed nobody since all this happened.
No.
No, they
You're right. You're right.
They kind of riding Glorilla a lot. If I don't really see now, you know, we know Gotti is a fan of the show, so we'll start seeing it probably tomorrow. But I haven't really been seeing Gotti promote Moneybag.
Nope.
It's
Nobody. They don't
something,
play.
and it's
Go
something to
ahead.
that. There's a reason why. There's a reason why. I
Why?
don't know
Why
what
you
it
think?
is. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I think one aspect of it is that Gotti is flirting real hard with Finesse 2 times, and
Well,
it's
Moneybag is not gonna like that. Isn't that going against Moneybag?
absolutely. You know what I'm saying? He already on the management team.
Who on the management
that-
team? Finesse
And that,
with CMG?
he under CMG management with B Mills. It's gonna this next album is gonna dictate, I believe, whether you know what I'm saying he become full-fledged CMG. But the album hard too. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't never hated on Finesse because of his verbal acumen. I just don't like the way he move on this internet. But the album is hard. We're gonna see though. And if they bring Finesse on the CMG, you know for absolute fact that it's smoking the city with Moneybag, yo.
Yeah, he not gonna like that at all.
Absolutely not.
That'll get real interesting, real quick too.
And it's gonna and I think it's gonna almost be like a baton being passed because you can only get so much out of Glorilla, man. Right now, they done rolled up the toothpaste. You know what I'm saying? They basically pushing down on the nozzle. They gonna use Glorilla till they get every little bit out of her, and then it's on to the next. You know, hopefully she can transition into movies or TV or something. But they gonna use him. They're gonna use her. Yeah, album better than the Bag album. Absolutely. Finesse 2 Time going crazy on that album. And I was not expecting it. Just to be honest. So
You said hopefully Glorilla can do what, bro?
Transition into movies or TV or something.
Yeah, she looked too much like one of them niggas from Ray Schmurder, man. That shit ain't gonna happen. She is not. I don't have nothing against her. Don't know her. She is not a pretty girl.
Nah.
So
they put in.
But I think they put a lot of pressure on her. I think they put a lot of pressure on her, like she is the last resort. I mean, that's kind of how I see it.
You might be right, Tam. I think that they just saw that she had an opportunity to blow up and make a lot of money for everybody, so they just put it there all behind her, so that Hetty Kruger could just sit in the background, because that's what he need to be with all this Rico talk going on. He don't need to be out in the public eye. So it's smart for him to lay low, you know what I mean? But he still got to eat. He still got to make money. He still got people to feed.
Well, his albums, I mean, it ain't like he was gonna be out there. His albums weren't selling.
Right.
He dropped the album last year on Dolph's birthday that flopped.
That's right. But so that's the point of him saying, you know what, let me put everything behind Glow. She ready. She you know, we can pay for her to have some hits. Let me put everything behind her. I mean,
Same time.
you get her a Cardi B feature on the remix. You get, so a couple other moves she made. Did she have something with Meg Thee Stallion, I think? So, you put some money behind her, and I'm gonna play the background.
I like that little song, Let Her Cook. I do want to see the sister do well. I kind of worry about the type of deal she tied up in, because I do know that she was strictly signed because that Fuck Nigga Free song was the slogan was hidden. Like, they signed her because they wanted ownership of that song.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Trying to find out the song was tied up somewhere else, but
I think he bought him out because that boy been quiet.
Mm-hmm. Whole time you still got Boogie, you still got ESTG, you still got Mozzie and Lil Papa. Them boys ain't eating at all. It's all about Glow right now. And ESTG, he bring it in. Not to mention 42 Doug. 42 Doug, he'll sell some records too.
Both of them. Yep.
Yeah, they not focused on them. They ain't focused clearly on Glorilla. We'll see how it turn out. But yeah, they ain't signed nobody. And I think if they sign anybody, then they just want to be Finesse, which is gonna be crazy.
They might sign Tam.
Yeah, to get her to calm down.
Get her to get off their ass for a year.
Yeah, for real.
Tam,
boy.
What's your price for you to get off their ass? For you to get off CMG ass for about a year?
I can't be bought.
CMG Tam.
You can't be bought, but can you be rented though?
I can't be rented either.
Let's go.
Let's talk about it, Tam. So you finna tell me if they contact you and they legit offering you $2 million just to be quiet, sit down for a minute, you ain't taking that money? 2 M's. Oh, you had a phone call. I get it. I understand.
Hold on.
Yeah, I get it. Somebody called your other line. I get it.
Yeah.
What you think about the petition though that Drake dropped on UMG Hitter? What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, it's two sides of it. He didn't. How can I say this? The same way Dolph did it the right way, Drake did it the absolute wrong way. Drake wanted to get his clout up, get his name up, get all the motion that come with it up off the major label, then lead a major label. They just not gonna let you do that. His whole theme was to be independent, but he thought he was gonna get that major push and that major financial backing and leave, and they just not letting him leave. And when he finally decided that he was done, well, they sent K-Dot out to him, and K-Dot destroyed him. So that's pretty much why he embroiled in this lawsuit and all this other stuff. So it's crazy, man.
Well, it ain't a lawsuit yet. Right now, it's just a petition. But you're right. There are two sides. I feel like because, all right, so we talk about the machine all the time. And there was definitely a machine behind Drake. I feel like Drake forgot that the reason he is Drake has a lot to do with the machine. And so when he went in there trying to renegotiate, I feel like he probably asked for some type of equity or ownership. And they told him the SMD. Bro, we ain't giving you that.
I love him.
Right?
He basically wanted I don't think he wanted no equity. He wanted all the way out because he know that he got his own motion now and independent. He could make it happen. And they just not letting him get off that easy.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that. And the only reason I say that is because Drake does realize. See, this is the thing. this petition that he got out there, all the claims that are in this petition in reference to Not Like Us, that's the same stuff that he claiming that they did that's illegal, like payola, for example.
Right.
That's stuff that they did for him.
Absolutely. And that's what I was saying.
Right.
They doing the same thing for.
The difference is that this just me, how I am and how I think as a man, bro. Don't call me no pedophile, bro.
Right.
Like, I get, okay, he was talking to a 16-year-old, he was talking to a 17. Like, it looked creepy, it looked weird. I totally agree with that, and I would not want that dude around my little cousins or nothing, like, you know what I mean? Just from the standpoint of, like, bro, just watch the conversations you have with people. But come on, bro, don't call me no pedophile, bro.
So
don't call me no pedophile. Don't call me no pedophile, bro.
Let's go down the timeline. 2015, he tried to leave, and they leaked out the information that he don't write his own rhymes. He's a ghostwriter. You know what I'm saying? He had to overcome that, and he ended up re-signing with him. He ran that stint out and wanted to break away. I think it was 2018.
That's when they gave him 400 M's.
No, that's when they released the fact that he had a child that he wasn't claiming or bringing to the public. You know,
which is his right.
Yeah, that's his right, but it got exposed on a diss record by Pusha T.
Right.
And when that happened, they went through the motions, and he ended up coming back. Now, when he came back again, that's when they hit him off with the 500 mil. So when they hit him off with the 500 mil, he was like, cool. He went on tour for 2 years to recoup the money and fulfill his agreement. He got up to 350 million that he sent back to the label, and they basically wanted to re-up again. And he was like, nah, I'm gonna weigh out my options. And when he decided to weigh out his options, that's when they released Kendrick to do what he wanted to do. See, Kendrick wanted to do this in 2021. And Universal said, absolutely not. We just signed that man up for 500 mil. If you go at him, we dropping you from the label. So it's mighty funny that once they can't come to terms on this last agreement, that this whole battle goes forth. And, you know, K-Dot released a diss song. Drake comes back with a diss song, and not an hour later, Kendrick comes back with Meets the Grams. You know, Kendrick dropped 3 diss records, and the third one being a remake of the one that he had in 2021. He been wanting to call this man out, call him a pedophile, saying that he was messing with minors, you know. But that was the grand finale, and that's the one that they put everything they had into. So when you go on TikTok, you see it. When you go on Twitter, you see it. When you go on Facebook, YouTube, when you log, when you go to NBA game, you hear it. You know, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. And so I really feel like that's what sent this man over the edge, because he knew how it got everywhere, and he knew that they was fully backing what he was doing. So
right. And I think the petitions or lawsuits, whatever anybody want to call it, I think that the main reason he did it when he did it, which is basically now, I think it was a smart move, because I think at the end of the day, he just don't want that motherfucker coming on at the Super Bowl.
And it will.
I don't know.
It absolutely will.
I don't know. I don't know about that. But listen, the Grange family has a lot of power. They don't have no stroke with the NFL like that. And the NFL, being that that's a family show, the Super Bowl, Listen, if it's enough steam behind that petition, they're not gonna allow K Dot to do that song. At best, they might allow him to play, 4 bars of the beat, but they not gonna allow that man to sing them lyrics. I don't see it.
If they don't let him perform that song, they might as well let Lil Wayne do it. That's all I'm saying. Cause that's why he in here to begin with. Kendrick done made a herd of good music in years past. We cannot overlook the fact that this is the reason why he is selected for the Super Bowl.
He had a great year, so yeah, I understand that. But he can put on a great show. I'll put it to you like this: he gonna have to put on a great show without doing that song, because the NFL is not having that, bro. They not. You hang that up. They are not having that man get on that stage and call Drake a pedophile. They're not doing it. He ain't gonna even be able to use that word.
It's easy, bro. When you performing, we all know that some lyrics are rapped by you, some are rapped by the crowd. I can easily see Kendrick get on that mic and say "Certified Lover Boy" and point that mic at the crowd.
It's not gonna happen, bro.
Okay. Hey man, we ain't got nothing but a month and a half to see.
The NFL is not going, bro. They're not having that, bro.
But bottom line, they didn't sign him up for the Super Bowl to do the Pimp a Butterfly or even swimming pools. None of that. None of them old Poetic Justice. None of that. They ain't signing for none of that.
I can put it to you like this. Kendrick already knows he probably ain't gonna be able to do that song. That's why he dropped that surprise album, so he can have a couple of more hit records, Super Bowl worthy records that he can perform with some of his older classics. He's not doing that song, bro. I'm telling you, he's not.
Respect.
There's no way. Right. There's no way the NFL gonna allow him to do that song. I just can't see
it. Okay.
Now, I've been wrong several times in my life, and this might be another one of them times, but I just don't see it. Because of the fact of the relationships that the NFL has with sponsors, like that price tag prices of everything going up. So that price tag for your commercial during the Super Bowl, I'm sure if it ain't went up already, it's about to go up. They can't afford to do that. They can't afford to allow Kendrick to do that.
Right. I get it. We'll see.
Well, did y'all read about they're saying that they've been contacting Lil Wayne to possibly replace Kendrick at the Super Bowl?
I hadn't heard that.
I didn't hear
check that out.
Yeah, I didn't hear that either.
I like Lil Wayne. A lot of people don't think he's national enough. I think he's mainstream.
Nah, he's super mainstream.
He's super mainstream. He just don't have. I don't think he has one. Lil Wayne got two problems. One, when you start talking about people 30 years old and up that have like followed his career as far as shows and stuff, I ain't never heard. Everybody always say he puts on a terrible show. So I don't know how true that is because I've never been to one. But that's what I've never heard somebody say. Nah, they lying. His shows be like that. Now everybody I say his shows are terrible. And then I don't know if he has the records for the Super Bowl. He could do a lot of his feature verses, but I don't know if he has the records for it.
Feature verses go.
Yeah, they go.
But this the thing. He, like you said, his live performances are horrible. And he tend to sing during a lot of his live performances. And he is an awful singer.
Do he be high?
Yes. Unequivocally. If you watch the Hot Boys reunion, Wayne came out and did a whole set before the Hot Boys came on. He was performing and hold on, let me go light this blunt. You know what I'm saying? He'll rap a song and then he'll go hit that blunt light that blunt and keep going. But yeah, his performances are not that. And that Hot Boys reunion, it just proved everybody's point. So yeah, and then
They
and like I
packed
said,
that Louisiana. They said they packed that out though.
they did. They did. It was a dope show just because we got to see all of them on stage. But Wayne like to get up there and songs that don't have no harmony in them. He trying to sing the verses and it just don't come on. It don't come off well.
Hey, I hate I
Mhm.
gotta get up. I hate I gotta get out of here, but my tablet about to die, y'all. I need to plug it up.
For sure.
Okay.
But y'all have a good night. It was a pleasure as always, Tamara.
Salute to you, Mr. Park.
Yes, sir, Hitter. Good talk.
Salute,
Mhm.
Mr. Parker.
Yeah, man.
I tell you, but like I said, hey, I was listening to some people say that Turk was on the Louisiana. Wayne brought that he was in, and they said when he got the mic, he went in.
Well,
As far as he did a good job.
everybody was so excited to see him that it was like a release. People were so excited. When Turk was battling trying to get on this tour, people was riding with Turk, and just to see him take that stage and actually able to do his thing, the crowd erupted when they seen Turk. So salute to Turk, and now they touring, so that's good for them.
Yeah, that's good. I'm sure it's good for so they letting Turk tour with them.
Oh yeah.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's been kind of quiet on YouTube.
Right. And so the way this is the hierarchy of the whole situation. You got Turk, Juvie, you know what I'm saying, and Manny Fresh. They click tight. Then you got Baby and BG. They click tight. And then you got Wayne. And they all come together for the greater good. But as it stands, those are the clicks in Cash Money right now. But Juvie, Wayne, and Manny, they just did an interview with Dirty Glove off the porch. So that's pretty dope. Mm-hmm.
BG has been kind of quiet. When he got out, he was making noise. He's been kind of quiet.
He doing shows, and he been releasing music. But yeah, he been pretty much doing shows. I think either tonight or tomorrow he gonna be in Mobile. I think BEO gonna be in Memphis tomorrow, so that's gonna be crazy. Hope he
BEO
stay
Kenny?
safe. Uh-huh.
Oh wow, I haven't seen him really do shows in Memphis in a while.
Hey. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hope he stays safe too. I hope he have a professional security around him as well.
Right, you got to.
Because he's been doing his thing. People would love. Nobody. It don't mean somebody put a hit on him. Somebody would people want to just get stripes. They sick like that.
Yes. We was just talking about this on Cypress last night, how, people will, it, and this is the thing, and I know you're not going to agree with this, but I was talking about Neiman and how he was in that cookie shop with his brother, how they both was high off their ass with the munchies. We need somebody on point. We need somebody that ain't family, that ain't chilling, to man a post, to be totally alert, to make sure that ain't nobody, doing nothing suspicious. Now, when he was alerted to the fact that them people were shooting, he got active. But at that point, it was too late. If there had been somebody at that door, manning that door, Cornelius could have never got up.
He never could have
right.
got up. They'd have blew him to Kingdom Come. Yeah,
absolutely. And if Cornelius had got shot, Straight Drop was leaving him ASAP.
Absolutely, he was gonna leave him ASAP.
Mm-hmm. He was not finna hop out and help Cornelius do nothing. But because Cornelius was successful, that's when Straight Drop topped out and got the business. So yeah, man, you gotta have security.
Yeah, it's really sad. I hate that because when he walked up on him, he saw his yellow shirt. He didn't give it. He just started blowing.
Right.
He
Absolutely. And after one of them shots, you know, it's pretty much downhill. If he didn't hit him number one time, it would have been a struggle.
yeah,
Enough to make
because
it.
he was shooting him in the back.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, and you know, people say that, you know, shouldn't have been rapping about that. Well, listen, Nipsey Hussle didn't have a diss record out on nobody. You just need security, period. Period. It could be people from your section of the city that seen you come from nothing and they remember you when you was a scrub, when you was dusty, when all your clothes was ashy, you know, when your shoes were leaning, and now they see you with 60 bands in your pocket and $500,000 around your neck. They
And
don't
you
like
ain't giving
that.
them none of it, right? They feel like
Right.
you're supposed to give them some of it.
Right. That's worse than any diss record to some niggas with malice in their heart. So you gotta be on guard for all of that. Yeah, you gotta be on guard for all of that. And it just so happened that on that day, you know, they were lacking. What they meant for evil, I think Blue Dog fought bigger than he's ever been.
Yeah, it blew him up bigger.
Mhm.
Yeah, if they made him immortal. I wonder, do they have any regrets? I'm
No.
talking about everybody that was involved.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. Especially on days like yesterday. You know, the whole family sitting down for Thanksgiving, except you. You know, and
Yeah.
just so, you know, it's the first Thanksgiving that Jook ain't sat at the table with his people.
Yeah. I'm sure
You
that
know,
kind of hit hard too.
absolutely. Absolutely. See, sometimes it's best to just leave well enough alone. He making money, you making money. You know what I'm saying? Let's just leave it at that. If we're gonna have any type of competition, we're gonna try to outsell each other. We're gonna try to outstream each other. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? You do it that way. Because anything else gonna cost you 100 years or extinguish your life as we know it. And I
Yeah,
hope
I wish
hope
they had left it alone. I wish they had.
hmm?
I want to know why they just couldn't leave it alone.
All right. Now we here where we at now. You know, that next Friday we got Quet in the courtroom making a decision on what he want to do.
What you think gonna happen with that?
No, I don't know. Honestly, you know,
Yeah,
if I
that's definitely up. I mean, I think everybody, because nobody knows.
Mhm.
Nobody knows. I think that draws a lot of interest.
Right, absolutely. And if I believe that the feds are at work behind the scenes trying to put something together, then it don't make sense for them to take it to trial. You know,
No, because how you gonna win?
right? So
You can't
it's up in it.
we can't win. And so, like I said, it's really sad. I know a lot of people feel like, I was just bashing this and that. No, what I wanted to do was, I think I had such a passion about it. It's because I didn't want people making excuses for taking a person's life just because they was having words. That's what I wanted to stress. Don't put this into the atmosphere that it was okay. It's not okay.
Right, never have been. Never have been. That's the way of the world. I dropped a video in the members last week about 7 songs that you know artists just couldn't come back from. You know, Dolph made the list. You know, and it's just like, why? You know, it's like these guys get money and they play God out here. You cannot play God on these streets. You can't. From Dirt, to Jook, to allegedly Yellow Beezy. You just can't.
Do you think it's gonna be some justice? Because it's short tarrying a long time with Yellow Beezy. You starting to hear his name come up again though a lot.
Yeah, I can't say. I can't say because these guys are in jail, but they in jail behind other stuff, and it's like this whole situation ain't even nobody bringing no awareness on it, and the court's not even mentioning it. I got a screenshot of Keywan White saying they put a bag on him, so I'm up. This was on November 8th. Mo3 died November the 11th. So he got he put up a picture on his IG that said they put a bag on him, so I'm up, with the same weapon that was used on the 11th.
So they gonna lay him down for a long time too, probably for life.
Right.
Is that the guy that's in jail?
That's the guy that's in jail currently, and he ain't the baby daddy. Since people want to say that this was a jealous baby daddy, that he ain't the baby daddy. He clearly stated they put a bag on him, so I guess I'm up. Yeah. So much stuff, man. So much stuff. So we just have to see how it play out. And like I said, it's a different situation. You don't have a Mia J advocating for Dolph. What you got is some baby mamas, living their life. Yeah, one of them on YouTube, scratching with the people in the comments. So it's just like, what's really gonna come of it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one thing I see Mia J. She seems to be, you could tell when things are out of whack because she let it be known. She seemed to be happy,
Mm-hmm.
She seemed to be picking up the pieces and moving along pretty good.
And I don't think she happy because of what happened with Straight Drop. I think she happy because, maybe she knows some things.
I think that's what it is because she knows some things.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're keeping them in the loop more.
Right. Right.
Because see, when they was keeping her out of the loop, they had to. Those were the beginning phases and all of that, so they had to.
Right. So now as we see it, we just gotta sit and wait. We just gotta sit and wait. People say ain't nothing happening, ain't nothing gonna happen. We don't know that. I even heard the argument that, well, they ain't waste their time on Dirt. Well, they had wiretaps, they had transactions, they had movement, interstate trafficking. They got all of this. This ain't the same circumstance. So we just got to see.
I think they're gonna lay Dirt down. If they don't lay him down, he gonna be hurting.
No, you definitely gonna be hurting. Mm-hmm. It's fact. So yeah, it's wild.
Hey, I guess the thing that I can say is it seems that I guess some examples are being made. Like these guys are seeing that you can't just go out here and do dirt and think you're gonna get away with it because that's not happening.
No, that's facts. You can't just go out here and call a bunch of shots and feel like that's the end of it, and then you go to the studio and start popping it on record. Now they're gonna come and see about you. Definitely gonna come see about you. Just like Yak Gotti and Shannon Stillwell. Even though that was real sloppy, the boys is spending their life savings trying to, say they freedom. We'll see how that turn out on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're gonna deliberate past Monday. I think they're gonna come back with a decision, and for my money, they gonna beat a good deal of this stuff.
But these young men getting to see these folks ain't playing with them. And once you get in trouble, don't nobody give a damn about you. I often revert back to Straight Drop. Straight Drop look awful pitiful sitting in court by himself.
Mm-hmm.
Them folks that was on that live after he first did what he did, saying, "We told you we got your back." I bet you they can't find them nowhere.
Right. 42 Doug was locked up for something way less harsh as Straight Drop, and he was in there crying. Had got it on the internet. I got this much for anybody that can get my young boy out. What?
God, and wasn't nobody gonna be able to get him out.
Right. First of all, why you on the internet begging for lawyers when you got Arthur Horn sitting in your lap?
Mm-hmm. That's how you know it was just for show.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's a cold game. It's a cold game.
It's a cold game. It's a cold game. The same thing happened with Straight Drop. If my nigga go to jail, I'm gonna get him out. That was a game.
Mm-hmm.
Then Straight Drop got right online and said, "I'm turning myself in. I'm getting right back out." That's because that's what he was led to believe, and he was too crazy to understand that he wasn't.
Mm-hmm. And when it all unfolded, you sitting up there holding your elbows, blinking, looking off into space.
So
like you ain't got a friend in the world.
it was a sad thing, I tell you.
Yeah, it really was. It really was. You know, and if I was to dig into if I was to find a space of compassion, then it would be that you got sold a dream and now your whole life is gone.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You looking off into space, you trying not to show no emotion, you trying not to break down bawling, because I don't care how big of a gangster you claim to be, or the biggest, or whatever you want to call it. Oh, you out of here. You out of here forever. You're off the streets. They're never gonna see you again.
No, ain't nobody gonna see him no more. And the people that egged them on to do it, they gonna be forgot about him in 2 years.
Right. You know how long they gonna remember him? They're gonna remember him long enough to they feel like they ass ain't on the line. When they realize that they ass is no longer on the line, ain't nobody studying Straight Drop.
Absolutely.
It's over with. You and your homeboy got dealt with. You lost your freedom, he lost his life. For what?
For nothing.
Mm-hmm.
All that they thought that they was gonna get, they could never have.
Mm-hmm.
So
Not at all.
nothing gained.
It's pretty sad.
It's a sad thing. It really is. It really is a sad thing. You think about what was it all for? Nothing. You didn't even have a beef with the man.
Right. Your only gripe could have been that he didn't put you on when he knew you knew how to rap. That's your only gripe. You know, you don't knock a man off for that.
No, you don't.
Mm-mm.
Because I'm sure it was a lot of people that didn't put him on. So, I don't know why people felt like because Straight Drop was around Dolph, he was supposed to put him on. If he didn't see where he had no talent, he wasn't supposed to. I think people are supposed to do what they want to do as it relates to their businesses and stuff.
Right. And just to be, straight up with you, Big Motor, rest in peace to Big Motor. Motor had he had more reason to have animosity with Dolph than Straight Drop.
Mm-hmm.
Because he actually had been talked to and might have been under the impression that him, riding for paper route that he would be, signed, and it
Right.
didn't happen. Ain't nobody promised straight drop, nothing.
But Motor took it like a man and went on, didn't he?
He surely did. Surely did. So, that's what you do. That's what you do. And them boys are riding together. Fizzle, Motor, straight drop. All them cats was rotating in the same circle. But there's always one from your circle. I'm saying.
Always.
Mm-hmm.
They eat you up. That's because that jealousy consumes them. Because see, what was supposed to happen was Straight Drop wanted a deal, and they presented him with that. No, dog, I can't do it like that. Y'all trying to mess my life over.
Right. That's for real. Snoozer said, has Motor family accepted his fate, or are there any updates on his death?
Nobody has said anything about it. That's sad.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But that's how I go. People talk about paper route and CMG, but what happened between this KSBG Young Mob was just as dangerous.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people lost their life.
A lot of people lost their life.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were young. They was really young.
Right. The whole situation with Cheese Dollar and Newski, Motor rap right up in that whole pot of gumbo. Yeah, it was sad.
Lord have mercy.
Mm-hmm. How the
I
game
think
go?
that because it said I thought that Motor had been out the way.
He was, but when you out there in that type of atmosphere, people don't forget. And they're gonna come back. So when they caught him over there on Chulahoma and Range, they did not, they didn't spam.
I tell you, I hate that. And then people are so twisted. Whoever it was, they was determined that they was gonna get a video of that man dying.
Absolutely.
That's how twisted folks are now. I hate that. Like even, what happened to Juke. I don't wish that upon anybody. I hate that happened to Juke.
Right, they did Juke the same way.
Mm-hmm.
They did Juke the exact same way.
That was I didn't like that at all.
But that's the game, and it's sad because niggas is, if we being honest, niggas as old as Dolph and Juke shouldn't, they shouldn't leave here like that.
Mm-mm.
And if we're being honest, nobody should leave here like that. But it's just, young people gonna be young people, and they're gonna move with reckless abandon. A lot of these cats are from challenged backgrounds. They absent of hope, and so they crashing. So you can expect that. But when you in your 30s and in your early 40s, you don't expect to leave here like that. Yeah.
No, you don't. Doc was walking into a cookie shop minding his own business.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Doc felt like he was in no beefs anymore. You know what I mean? I don't think he would have been walking around like that if he thought that.
Right.
Because think about it now, he was at the restaurant, at the Ruth Chris restaurant.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's Dolph.
But it's sad. And what's even worse is you got these old ass niggas walking around here using their money. They come up out the damn gutter and you attain some wealth and you use your money for hits.
But I'm gonna tell you something. It boiled down to the respect factor. You have to respect the opposition, and neither Dolph or Jook respected the opposition, and it was to their demise. You know, if a nigga say that they gonna get you, you gotta believe what they saying. You gotta treat that as Bible and move the right way. If a nigga shoot at me, if a nigga shoot at me one time, you got my attention. And I get it. I get it. We gon', revenge is the sound of revenge is dollar signs and coins dropping. And Dolph absolutely ran a bag up on them boys, but at the same time, you got to take that serious. They plotting to take your life, and they've done it more than once.
Yeah.
You cannot take that lightly. Now I'm in a geographic area where we can bump into each other. I absolutely gotta be on point. I gotta be on my square at all time. I said this last night. Big John Wick from CMG. You're not gonna see him laughing and joking and you know what I'm saying, high and off his square. He there to serve one purpose, and that is to protect the bag. Somebody have to be in place to protect the bag at all times. We can't trust that we in our section and ain't nobody finna do it to us in our section. We just can't trust that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I hate it. I really do. I hate all of it happened. I hate that it all happened.
Absolutely.
Because it's gonna be some lives messed up.
Yeah. Yeah. It's still to come. It's still to come. And when I'm gonna say this, when these people in the industry bring you on these big high dollar platforms and they tell you to watch your back, they ain't telling you that because they got a hunch. They telling you that because
They
bad
heard
news.
something.
Yes. So for Dolph to sit up in the face of a man that's telling you to watch yourself, watch your back, that ain't got nothing to do with me. No, bro, they got everything to do with you. It got everything to do with you. And I hate that he took that approach.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, it's a sad thing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely is.
Mm.
Yeah. Hopefully that's a lesson for somebody. I mean, it gotta be a teaching point for somebody, And a lot of people get mad when somebody say they ain't gonna get me like they got Dolph. No, you need to say, well, good. That means somebody done learned from, saying what has happened. People step out and just move how they want to move. I'm pretty sure that Kenny Money, Glock, even BEO, these boys move different because of the loss that they took.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's sad.
It is. It's really it's hurtful to me.
Mm-hmm.
And it is. It's hurtful to me. I don't understand. Like I said, I don't understand why. Because I don't accept that it was just street stuff. I can't accept that. You don't just kill somebody because of what they say to you. You can't do it. You old enough to know that we didn't even come from that era. You can't just do that.
Well, I say, just so you came from nothing, and you done stacked up a real substantial bag. I think this is Dirk's problem. Not everybody looking towards you; they looking to you. You know, and depending on your heart, and this is the difference when people really got love for you, like Dolph. You motivate people. When you know that people got love for you, you motivate them. When you feel like people just using you for that bag, then you move people around. And that's what Dirk did.
Mm-hmm.
You want to level up? Handle this. And I'm going to put you in position. Duke did the same thing. When you got a heart for people, you motivate people. Say, bruh, get off your ass. Let's get this paper. When you ain't got a heart for people, you move people around. You control people through finances. And that's what we seeing.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing.
Yeah.
It's sad though, because it's sad. It's sad because you're seeing older people, grown men that have had experiences, their late 30s and stuff. I'm doing anything for some money.
Right. Right. Cornelius ain't had no business out there on that pavement doing what he did.
No, he didn't.
And if that's all it takes for you. If you'll do that for some money, Lord have mercy. You need to be put to sleep. I don't care if you told or not. You need to be put to sleep. You need to be led into a room with your arm strapped to your body and injected.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
You know, because you go kill somebody on your daughter's because you say you want to get your daughter a birthday cake. It's something wrong with that.
Right. I agree 100%.
It is. It's something wrong with that.
Mm-hmm. So,
I think I don't know. And when at some points he seemed remorseful. He don't when he's talking, but when he started looking at that video, it seems like there's some remorse, as if this is the day that I effed myself up. This is the moment that I messed up my whole life, and it was all for some money. The price too high. Me mess up my life for some money?
Right. For some money that you didn't get.
And he didn't even get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if he had got it, it was gonna go through his fingers like water.
Mm-hmm. He finna buy a bag of them Skittles and get straight to the business.
If he had got that money, he was gonna take it over there to Quet.
Right, absolutely.
He was gonna get Quet was gonna get it all in.
Right. Quet get half of that 800.
He sure got half of that 800, didn't he?
Sure did. Yeah. That boy was zoned out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, have mercy.
Sure, he took it right on back over there. You right, 800. He took half of that to Quet for some pills.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that boy named Paul Hageman said you wasn't gonna do nothing but buy some drugs. Oh Lord. Jesus Christ.
Look, they said Quet got the whole 800.
He probably did. He probably did. I bet he stayed over there cutting grass, washing cars. Man, sad. Oh, that's sad. And then then you blame your habit on your son. I lost my son, and that sent me back to no, man. Take some accountability, bruh. Take
Yeah,
some
but
accountability.
and then he blamed killing them on his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, wanting to get her birthday party.
Right. And I ain't gonna lie, the boy was funny on the stand. He kept me laughing, but at the same time, man, you're a despicable human being, fam. You a despicable human being. And everything you get, you absolutely deserve. And we waiting on that too. Y'all didn't even have to have a trial for this man. Why is it taking y'all so long to sentence him?
Who you talking about?
Cornelius.
Cornelius.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting, ain't it?
Yeah, what are y'all waiting on? I keep saying it. Y'all, they got the ones out the way that wouldn't play ball. And that straight drop. Straight drop ain't want to say nothing. He wasn't cooperating. You know, anything that he did say, he said through his lawyer. And yeah, so they got him gone. Everybody that's still working hadn't been sentenced, hadn't even been tried. So that ought to tell you something. Yep.
I tell you.
Yeah. Everybody that has not been that has not been sentenced is playing ball. So we just got to see where it go. We just got to see where it go, y'all. And all of y'all folks talking about straight drop coming home. When? Oh boy. I don't see that. I don't even see them running back another trial. I think it's ball game. Mm-hmm. Absolute ball game. He can hang up all that jazz about a new trial too. Yeah, he can hang that up.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody finna sit in there and listen to him, sit in there and look at him not talk. Either you gonna talk or move out the way. And they gave you more than enough time. And you said nothing. You went up there and said you understood, what it was, and you ain't say nothing. So oh my God. The drop. Did they even bring up what the weapons were in the trial? Like they did? Like, did they get the weapons that hit Dolph? Or we gotta wait on the Trayon trial? I think you probably gonna have to wait on the Trayon trial.
Yeah, that's one trial that they definitely be inquired about, ain't it?
Yep. So yeah. Nobody playing with you. Your trial was in September 2024. You had from January 1. I'm just gonna say January 1, ballpark this thing. You had from January 1 of 2022 all the way up to September of 2024 to make a statement. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You did nothing. There's no need for a retrial. No need. Diane says pitiful to drop when at least try to save himself. Nah, he fell on the sword. He fell on the sword for the guys. Your brother was telling. Shout out to Joshua Taylor. Your brother was telling. Ain't nowhere in the hell that he got caught with the mother load at his house. They just took him downtown and let him go back home. So your brother was absolutely talking. No, but you shout out to Stanzy. You so caught up in the gangster matrix. I like to call it the thug algorithm. You so caught up in the gangster matrix that You gonna fall victim? Ooh, these folks set you up. They set you up. And they don't have your back. Nah, you finna go do life. Life. At 27 years old. Oh, that's crazy. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's
Y'all
sad,
think that
and it's a hurtful
y'all
thing.
think they done that to Dolph in Memphis because they knew it would turn out the way it's going now? Just asking. Well, no, I mean, it was opportunity. It was opportunity. They tried to do it other places. It never worked out. Either they missed him or they didn't finish. So, you know, it just so happened. They got him when he came home. See, you in South Carolina, you're gonna be bulletproofed up. You're gonna be moving halfway decent. But when you come home, hey man, I'm at home. I'm having it my way at the house. People see the car, they know it's Dolph. They showing love. You know what I'm saying? Like Jesus, when he came back a week before they got him, Jesus rode through the city. They Hosanna in the highest. The next week, they at his neck. Y'all know the story. So Dolph come back to the town. He, Lord, you know, everybody showing love. You going to the cancer center. You dropping off checks, donating, being a philanthropist as we know you to be. It's the holidays. Folks know you off your square. So, you know, if they can find you, they going to get you. And guess what? They found him. Yeah. Those guys were nowhere to be found. Nobody nowhere to be found. It's sketchy, but nobody was nowhere to be found. Snoozy's case said you had to think too, having that snitch jacket on top of being that involved in a high profile case that put a bigger target on his back in jail. So I kind of don't blame him for talking. And I'm gonna say this, at this point, everybody got to talk. And you got to have a Pulitzer Prize. Somebody need a Pulitzer Prize. And right now, as we stand today, it looked like Cornbread got the Pulitzer Prize. He got the best story. And it's being substantiated. Quit ain't said nothing yet in public. Straight Drop said nothing. So he on his way to do an L. You know, Straight Drop brother cooperated after the fact. So, you know, I really felt like that he wasn't gonna get jammed up. They just hit him with a slap on the wrist. So he just got to stay clean for the next 6 years. And he back to being a civilian again. Huh? But Quet, you know, he a known snitch. You know, this is his career. You know, whatever it takes. You know, some people just ain't gonna get a job. Some people ain't filing taxes. Some people ain't, you know what I'm saying, about civilian life. He one of them. He always been on the other side of the law. So being on the other side of the law, you get caught up. You have to talk. And his career has been built on that. So it shouldn't be no surprise to nobody when Quet started talking. Yeah. Man. Let's see here. They're gonna stick Cornelius, but then again, they may not mess with him. They know he working. That's a possibility. It just depends on where they ship him off to once all this is said and done. Yeah, but you know, if you talk to Cypress or listen to Cypress, you know, Cypress, he unequivocally say Cornbread and Jamarca are gonna get their head knocked off eventually. Yeah. Leo says it seems that way because of how screwed up the courts is handling the whole case. Well, I don't really feel like they handling it screwed up, bro. I feel like they are handling it. They're giving you just enough information. They're giving you just enough to justify what they're doing. They gave you enough information to show you that Straight Drop was guilty of what they charged him with. They gave him life, and they gave only the information surrounding him and Cornelius. Cornelius already confessed that he was involved. You know, anything involving Quet, you know, they kind of glazed over, but never really touched on. You know, the stuff with Jook, they kind of just glazed over, never touched on it. I believe that's gonna come out at a later date. If Quet go to trial, then you'll get a better aspect on what Jook's role was, because he got conversations. Will they be substantiated and verified like Cornbread's was? I don't know. But never forget, when they pulled up to the shooting of Big Jook, they grabbed his phone. So they should have all the information they need to verify any type of stories.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm.
Let's see here. There is no loyalty in evil. Yeah, so it's a lot going on. It's a lot of moving pieces that still ain't settled yet. Yeah. You know, nobody had been brought to justice for the unaliving the Jook, but just trust and believe that what happened in Hickory Hill gonna have a direct impact on this case because of that cell phone. Real talk. If y'all in here and y'all ain't hit that like button, hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? If y'all not subscribed to Real Talk with Tamara, hey, let's get active. Let's hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. She's gonna produce great content and she's consistent with it. But yeah, lose the case. I think they'll let Jamarcus be. He the only one I have a little sympathy for regarding the role. I hate all of them close to being involved, but now it's time for the big boy consequences. Yeah, and I felt that way about Jamarcus too. And then I, double back and seeing some of the stuff that he was talking about on Facebook and how, he showed his hand, showed what he did, but he didn't want to. He had the same sentiments as everybody else concerning Dolph. So I really don't care nothing about him one way or the other. He can go out here and get jammed up tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? We don't speak on the dead like that. And what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. You saying F Dolph is crazy. Dolph ain't never did nothing to you or your brother. So it is what it is. Yeah, man. The folks really had Jook to the right. He was going back down the road. Absolutely. He was going back down the road, and who knows who he would have took down the road with him. If we being totally honest, who knows who he would have took back down the road with him if we being totally honest. And for my money, I really feel like that's why tragedy befell Big Jook. I mean, I could be wrong. But tragedy struck Big Jook because Big Jook put together a sloppy effort and it was coming too close to home. You ever rode down the street and there's a house burning on that street and you like, damn, I could feel that all the way in the car. Feel the heat all the way in the car. The heat was coming way too close, man. Heat was coming way too close. Yeah, man. So, Duke, man, what it do? I believe Jook was going to tell him. I don't know. He got a history of covering for a brother, but this one might have been too close for comfort. Honestly, did Jook want to go lay down and do life? He didn't did a few bids. Was he willing to go down and do life? You know what I'm saying? Never know. On these other bids, Jook came out trying to grab a hold of some motion. At the time of his demise, he had all the motion. living good, eating good, moving where he wanted to move. Was he willing to go do life behind this? Yeah. So I better say, whoever Dolph was on the phone with that day got his attention off. Yeah. Well, I agree. Y'all give me a second. I agree. But I will say this. Look at that video. Look at how them boys got out that car and came through that door. My grandma say, boy, you're higher than Cooter Brown. Boy was higher than Cooter Brown. Whoever Cooter Brown is, they was lit. You know what I'm saying? So their attention was absolutely off. Under normal circumstances, Dolph would have pulled in and backed into that parking space. You know what I'm saying? But they were high. They were off their square. Maybe they had the munchies and they came in to get some sweets. The phone didn't help. The phone didn't help at all. But I really believe that if Jamarcus had been on point, when Cornbread would have hopped that peanut head ass up out that car, he would have got a peanut crack. And that would have been it. That would have been just another attempt, another failed attempt on Dolph. Dolph would be dropping another album. You know what I'm saying? Capitalizing off of the failed attempt. You know, but it didn't turn out that way. Did not turn out that way. Dan said, I heard of Cooter Brown, old Cooter Brown. I'm trying to tell you. You out here higher than Cooter Brown, looking for some chocolate chip cookies. Nah, man. Rest in peace to Dolph, man. And prayers up for Marcus. Because no matter who was on point and who wasn't on point, he absolutely retaliated. And it's a certain level of trauma that come with that. That's got to be damn near unbearable. I hope he's seeing a therapist. You know, when you think about it, Marcus is suffering from survivor's remorse and the death of his brother. You know, I don't know if y'all really looked at it, you know, but the best video that you can see without going to the courthouse and seeing it is on Law and Crime. And when I tell you they did him bad, they did him bad. And to see that up and close, yeah, it got to do something to you mentally. Prayers for Neiman, fam. You know what I'm saying? Black Barbie, what it do? My heart goes out to Marcus. They had to be devastating. Absolutely. Absolutely devastating. Absolutely. You know, and the family as well. You know. You lost the most successful person to ever come through your bloodline. That gotta be traumatizing. Babies lost their dad. And even though Lil Trey, you know, as a boy, you know, you get certain jewels dropped off into you by your dad. You try to live up to it, and he trying to live up to it. You know, it's hurt there. It's hurt there. I hope that, you know, you can use that in a positive way. I hope he's using it to drive himself to be great. You know, a lot of people, and this is when any one of us, we can use what has affected us in life as fuel to be great, or we can use it as an excuse to be bottom of the barrel, catfish, bottom feeding, always needing, handing out. You know what I'm saying? Choice is yours. I hope he used it to propel himself into greatness. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Yeah, prayers to the whole family. Shout out to Positive Vibes. Yeah, prayers to the whole family. But you know, these situations come, and you have to use what you got to react to it in a positive manner. You know, we used to have a saying, 10% of life is what happens to you, and 90% of it is how you react to what happens to you. You know, a lot of us are still living with the traumas of our childhood, and we can't get over it. And this is why we might not be as successful as we want to be in life. So we have to deal with that accordingly, get it out the way, lay it at the feet of the Father, and you know what I'm saying, be who we supposed to be who we called to be, fam. And I don't mean to go that lane, but that's just facts. You know, facts is facts. It's like right is right and wrong is wrong. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things that we deal with, we have to lay it down. And I'm praying for Marcus and the family of Dolph that they can do that. You know, this when none of y'all fault. This when none of y'all fault. Lay it at the feet of the Father. Y'all go forth and be great. Be who Dolph wanted y'all to be. You know what I'm saying? You know, he laid it all down so his people could prosper and be great. You know, to break a generational curse. He came up in a household where both of his parents was on drugs. You know what I'm saying? Raised by his grandma. You know what I'm saying? His whole life's mission was to break that curse, and I believe he did it. Whether he here or not, he broke that curse. He brought prosperity to that family. Man, that's something to be proud of, and that's something to admire. You know what I'm saying? So the Thorntons in Memphis should no longer be associated with poverty and despair. He did that for his family tree. And the people that ceased him to exist, they gotta pay for that. They gotta pay for that. You know what I'm saying? And I know a lot of
Everybody
people.
that was involved.
Miss T,
Absolutely.
I see you
Huh?
talking, but we can't hear you. I see your bubble vibrating, but we can't hear you. Can y'all hear Miss T?
Can y'all hear me now? Y'all still can't hear me?
Miss T, bump down and come back up, and maybe we can hear you. Try that.
Okay.
Y'all can hear Miss T?
Oh, they said they can hear
Well, if
me.
y'all can hear Miss T, I'm gonna bump down.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Hilda.
Let me bump down.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. He couldn't hear me. Well, I mean, I was doing some. I appreciate him talking. He probably was tired of talking because I got busy doing something else that I had to do right quick. But listen, you guys, I appreciate everyone, tuning in. Like I said, I want to get into talking about a plethora of things. And it's funny that I was just granted more funds to start, talking more about some things that I have been wanting to talk about. And that is like getting into talking about missing children. That's what I started out doing. That's definitely my passion. And I've been, hey, that's something I definitely will get more into. Having young ladies on that have been trafficked, speaking about their experience, um, speaking about awareness, how to get out of, how to, what to do. It's so many missing children that it is ridiculous. And the number, especially for African American children, are consistently going up. My heart lies there. And I do know that it is because they are children, like the FBI is definitely involved, has been very involved. And so I want to get some of the I guess, law enforcement from the FBI task force to start coming on and speaking about uh, prevention and awareness and all of that, and the numbers, how they're rising as it relates, especially to African American children, right? So everything starts happening when it should. That's something I've been saying. There was a young man that had reached out to me that has a really big platform that wanted to partner with me as it relates to missing children, missing people, and all of that. It's just basically, I did it for so long, I kind of just got burned out. But of course, we're going back into that. And we'll talk about, other things that's in the news. I see the numbers start to dwindle when we're not talking about Young Dolph, but we're definitely, we'll talk about Young Dolph. But we got through, we're getting through like the major parts of it, where we're seeing the fate of those that have been charged. It's a waiting game. Like now, of course, we don't know what's going to happen as it relates to Govan, right? I'm not going to throw out any grand, I guess, performances and lies or whatever, and say, oh, Govan is gonna get, he gonna walk free, or he gonna get 100 years or whatever. I'm not gonna do that because I don't know what's gonna happen as it relates to Govan, right? That's something that we're all. No, that's okay, Hitta. I appreciate you being up here. While I had to take care of something else. That's something that we'll all be learning together, right? Nobody knows what's going to happen with Govan until the day that it happens. We'll all be watching when Cornelius gets his sentence, and we'll all be watching as other things starts to unfold as it relates to those persons, other persons that was involved, in this situation. But as far as making up things and all of that, I can't do that. I don't have the energy to do it. We'll blog on it as it happens. We'll keep the spirit of Young Dolph alive, and that's that spirit of helping people, going to get your blessings and all of that. And this is my segue. You all have helped me as far as getting the momentum up, but this is our segue also to start helping our community, right? Keeping that spirit going, but helping our community more as it relates to our children. That is my passion. I believe that is what I was born for, to bring awareness to these missing children, right? These kids that are going missing, and missing persons, and letting families know, that they are not out there alone. Okay, that they're not out there alone, and we definitely want to help them to bring awareness, right? Hopefully, if we can talk about it, we can get a movement going. Everybody that has gone missing is not dead, right? But if we can get a movement going and we can bring awareness to what's really going on, maybe we can help to bring some of these children home, right? Because we don't want it at our doorstep. We want to let people know that a Black child going missing is just as important as any child going missing, right? So we'll do that, and I appreciate the people, that stick with me, regardless of what I talk about. I think we have a good time. I do know that the Young Dolph's case brings a lot of, I guess, a lot of viewers or whatever, but I'm not gonna make up things to keep people here, right? If I have something, I hear something, we'll go into the members and we'll talk about it. And but I think it's time for us to get about definitely our journey of bringing awareness to these missing Black women that are consistently going missing, these African American men that are just going missing out of the blue, and listen, hear what their families got to say, because all of them are not being murdered. All of them is definitely foul play, but it's some real stuff going on, y'all, that we got to also turn our attention to. And I think as our audience start to grow, we'll really get a movement going, so that we could set the standards high and let people know that Black lives really do matter. It's not just a slogan. We have people of all races on here saying that, yeah, hey, what happened to this woman? What happened to this child? Why isn't the police department doing this? It's time for that, right? So we'll start getting more into that. I've been actually looking at some cases. There are 2 cases that I'm going to put up, and I'm sure ZK will be happy because they come from out of Delaware, right? 2 women that went missing in Delaware. And the reason I'm doing that is because the young man that had reached out to me had asked me if I would cover that. And it was funny because I was like, you have a really big platform. And he was like, I don't necessarily like doing the interviews or whatever. And he was like, I have been watching you, and I would love it if you would start bringing attention to these cases. So there are 2 cases that I'm doing a voiceover for, and I got to talk with the young lady's mother, and I'll do that via Skype or whatever, and we'll get that up. I'll start uploading those cases. And if you all know of any cases of any missing people, and it has been a while, the case has gone cold, and you all want me to air it, why don't you send me an email, and I'll definitely air it. Any information you might have on it, if you are in contact with the person's family, it would be such a blessing if you could ask them if they would be willing to speak with me, so that I can do a interview with them, and then I can incorporate that into the video, because most of them are going to be pre-recorded videos, right, that I'm going to upload. I'll do some lives too with some families, if I can have a few families on and do lives, and then we'll still talk about trending topics. Also, these celebrities are really off of the chain. I like talking about the celebrities and stuff when they have some things going on, give you all the opportunity to express your opinion on that. And we'll still talk about the Young Dolls case also, right? But it's just time for us to start evolving into other things, right? And I had been wanting to get back into missing persons for especially missing children, because the numbers are astronomical, the way they're just snatching up children and toddlers and things of that nature. There definitely has to be some attention brought to that. And God had not been putting that in my spirit, heavily putting that in my spirit for a very long time, because that's what I did. It seems like every day for about 6 or 7 years, right, on my TV show, until I got burned out, because at that time I was coming on every other day. So I was definitely airing cases every other day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, right? So I did that for 6, 7 years, and I got drained, and it's just time. I've gotten my second wind, and it's time to reignite that. I'm just happy now that not only am I on TV, I am on here with you all, right? And so we can help each other as we spread awareness. It's not just me, it's all of us, as we spread awareness in our community about what's going on with our children, how these African American men are disappearing, how these, or any race, not just Black, but it's definitely happening more in our community, and our community don't get the coverage that any other community would get, right? And so that is definitely a problem. That's a problem. And so that's why we're going to start talking about that again and bringing awareness, to it okay, and start spreading the word, because it's not enough. See, I'm not one of those ones that just like to say stuff just because everybody else say it. You know, people say, well, Black Lives Matter. Okay, it's good to say Black Lives Matter. Now it's just a slogan because people say it, but do they really mean it? No, they don't. But I want to be able to say it and mean it, because we put the actions behind it by bringing awareness to those things that awareness should be brought to, right? And it is a problem within our community when an African American person can go missing and get a 15-second. They might talk about it for 15 seconds on the news, and then the family is left with the heartbreak. Definitely nothing is being done, because after 48 hours, the police feel like, after 48 hours, it's too late. They're gone far, far away. So they're really not even looking into it. And so that has to change, right? And so what we want to do is get the community upbeat about knowing that it is okay. If you know that you have a pedo in your community, I don't care how thugged out he is, okay? I don't care how thugged out he is. If you have a pedo in your community and you know that somebody has drugged a girl or a child and he's a gang member, and they're holding her hostage doing God knows I don't know what to her, it's okay for people to start speaking up and talking, right? See, we got to get out of that. I was thinking about when a young lady was kidnapped from Dallas. Okay, I think I've spoken about this before. Y'all know how I get. And she was kidnapped from Dallas, and she had just came from Jamaica. She was 16 years old. And so her brother and her sister had came over to Jamaica, was working hard, right? I don't know if her brother was into anything or not, but there were a group of guys from out of Dallas that knew about some money, because, he was working hard and making money. I don't know if he was doing anything on the side, but they knew he had a stash. The 16-year-old girl that came from Jamaica, so that because she was intending to go into pre-med school and she wanted to get the best program, best schools in the United States. So she moved over to the United States and was living in Dallas with her sister and her brother, right, to afford herself a better education. And they broke into the house, right? And the young lady, they had the 911 call. She hid up under the bed. She was letting the operator know in Dallas they're breaking into the house. They got me. They snatched the girl up out the house. They got there. The brother was not there, could not find the stash. Took the 16-year-old girl. And this is why I say people got to start getting involved. The neighbors heard her screaming and kicking, didn't try to stop nothing, didn't nothing, and I'm not saying people should just jump into stuff, but I mean, it's definitely not okay when you see a 16-year-old girl being kidnapped and you do nothing, right? And so because they started, as soon as they put the 16-year-old girl in the car, they immediately started raping her in the back of the car. The FBI got involved because they took her across state lines, right? This girl was alive for 3 to 4 days. They took her from Dallas to Pine Bluff, Arkansas. They took her to a hotel in Pine Bluff, and they took her to a hotel in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. The hotel clerk says that she saw the guys. The girl jumped out of the car. Now they've tortured her and raped her all the way across state lines, get her to a hotel, and she jumps out of the car half naked. The clerk says one of the boys, as he's paying for the hotel, says the bitch got out the car, grab her. She didn't think to call the police or nothing. She just rent the hotel room to the guys. They take the girl and tie her up in the hotel room, in the restroom, where more guys came and they raped this girl, brutally raped her for days while the FBI was on their tail, right? They finally get one of the boys, they finally get him, and he tell where they are, but they were a day too late, right? They such cowards, they start looking at the TV and seeing that the FBI is on their ass, Okay, they see the FBI is on their ass, and they said we got to get rid of them. So, in the interrogation, the boy goes, "Well, you know, we didn't want to shoot her, we didn't want to kill her. So after they brutally rape her and hold her hostage for 4 days, they decide to take her to a grave in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and they buried her alive because they was too coward to shoot her. Well, we didn't want to shoot her, so we buried her alive." Okay, so when the FBI finally got to the grave, they finally tell them all of this. The next day, they find the grave. Of course, the girl is already dead. People got to start speaking up. You call yourself a gang member, you let a nigga be in your gang that's gonna snatch up a 16-year-old girl, and you participate too, and you let somebody be in your gang that's going to sexually assault a woman, that's going to sexually assault a child. People got to start talking. People got to start speaking up. Hey, listen, I ain't, you know, I hear people say all the time, you know, when they go, you know, if you were a part of this, why didn't you say, well, I was scared? How you gonna be a damn gang member and you scared of your gang members? Okay. So people got to start speaking up. There's just no excuse. I can't stand no look. Don't okay. I'm telling you right now. So awareness has to, people got to stop saying, well, it don't have anything to do with me. If you don't speak up, if you don't say something, okay, then it will be at your doorstep. It will be at your doorstep. You know, I was all emotional today because the city council had donated money. They actually awarded me money for my nonprofit organization. They actually awarded me money, and not only that, but Memphis Light, Gas and Waters union and employees actually awarded me money, and I'm waiting for the city council to, not the city council, but the county commissioners to also award me money so that we can start having events, whereas we can get the federal agents that work nonstop on rescuing children and busting open trafficking rings and things of that nature, having seminars and bringing the community out so that they can speak with the federal agents, the FBI agents, just like my friend does in St. Louis, right? She has an event every year, and she gets the St. Louis FBI agents, that branch of the FBI agents. As a matter of fact, there's a female Black that is over the branch now over in St. Louis, and they're absolutely wonderful. Right? What they do, they come out, they're personable, they're definitely involved because there's an issue, there's a problem with young girls and stuff going missing around the St. Louis area, and especially in the East St. Louis, Illinois area, which is right over the bridge from St. Louis, right? So it's always really awesome to see how they're working in the background with their community, because just like Memphis has an issue now, St. Louis definitely was having an issue. When I first started doing, when I was first on Comcast and I started doing shows on Black girls going missing, I had families and mothers and stuff from St. Louis. This was 8-9 years ago, coming to Memphis in record numbers, right? Because their children were going missing and they could not get the coverage, because an African-American girl is not going to get the coverage in the media like a female white like Natalie Hollowell would, right? And so if we're gonna raise sand about something, we got to raise sand about that and say, listen, our children matter too. Black lives really do matter. Not talking about Black lives matter and then you go get your gun and go pop somebody and kill somebody, right? That's obsolete. That's an oxymoron. It shows that you're mentally sick, right? So that's a lot of what we get ready to start covering. This is my segue back into that. I was not even expecting, I didn't even know that I had been awarded another grant today until the young lady, because I also write grants, right? Until the young lady who also, we kind of do them together. called me, and I mean, she had this urgency in her voice, and she was so happy. She was like, "Did you look, girl? They have awarded you some money to help these missing children. The city council has." I was like, "What?" She was like, "Did you know that they gave you your money today?" I was like, "What?" I had no idea. Right? I had spoke with the city council, some of the members. Now some of them didn't do it, but that's all right because they're gonna run again. That's all right. They're gonna run again. Okay, some of them I helped and they didn't, but those a few of those that said that they would, they definitely came through and helped a sister. And those that I helped, me and my father helped by giving them free media, having them on our TV show, having them on our radio show, putting them out there, letting the community see them because nobody knew who they was. I got to use my mama's words. I'll see them further on up the road because they're going to run again, all right? And just like they're going to run again, it's going to be somebody that's going to run against them. And that somebody that's going to run against them, that's who's going to be on my TV show, okay? We're going to promote them, right? But they got to have a message for the community, right? But those that did support me, I definitely appreciate them so much, right? And I always support them. The Black Barbie says, Real Talk with Tamara, I know that you will do great things and you will continue to be honest because you are honest about what you have been doing and that you will continue to do it. I'll definitely continue to do that. I will. I'll continue to do that. Like I said, that's my passion, and I really want you all to help me. And so what we're going to start doing is we're going to start having events, right, to bring. And once I get law enforcement there, organizations, other organizations that are doing this, this will be an opportunity for if you have, and I spoke about it just like the day before yesterday or yesterday, I was like, you could start setting up, like if you sell stuff, you can set up in the event and network with people and let them see what you actually have going on. And you get the politicians out, those that care about the community, to come out and be involved. Because I want them to know that this is important. Here, a lot of them got kids and grandkids too. It's not okay that our children are continuously going missing. You have families that have cold cases who had children and stuff that had been killed years ago. I mean, you have to let people know that you care. The case has gone cold, but of course we have not forgot about the person, right? So we want to keep their pictures and stuff up. We want to have events because as time goes on, somebody might have a change of heart. It's always somebody that knows something, right? And so a lot of mothers, when they lose their sons and stuff, they slowly just die inside. A lot of them, their lives are short-lived, right? Because when their child died, they don't really know how to let it go, especially when they are murdered, right? I don't care what they was doing in the street. These boys don't understand what they do to their mothers and their grandmothers when they're out here in the street and putting themselves in these positions to be killed, okay? So, like I said, I'm so happy that I was awarded money to start having these events so that we can bring more awareness, so that we can have young ladies that have survived, that have been forced into trafficking as young girls, right? And I ain't even talking about teenagers. Some of these girls have been forced into trafficking when they was 9, 10 years old, right? Y'all will be surprised at how many mothers and stuff are in a bad way as it relates to drugs and don't put their children in compromising positions. And there are a whole lot of sickos out there, right? And so that is my passion, to bring awareness to stuff like that, because I have a passion for children, right? I have a passion for children and young adults, okay? That's one of the reasons why. And I know people kind of got on to me, you know, when Straight Drop was sentenced, they go, oh my gosh, she is so freaking bipolar. Because I cried about it. And I cried about it because what I saw was a young man, he has to pay for what he did. Hey, get away from over there. He had to pay for what he did. But what I saw was a young man who don't understand that he's getting ready to have a life of hell. At 23 years old, he don't understand what he's getting ready to go through. He messed his life up, and he had the help of older people to help him to push him over the edge like that. And to see him rocking, it goes to show that he still has a child mind. To see his, especially when you have children that age, you already know that they still have a level of immaturity. It definitely hurt me. I'm not an evil person. I talk a lot of shit, but I ain't no evil person. I fuss because I have a soft heart anyways, right? And so that's why I say, fathers, I have a friend who has started an organization, a daddy daughters organization, where she has dances and balls, because it is, and I think I really would love to see more men get involved, because even though girls need their fathers, this is a really hard. These are really hard times. I would love to see more men showing their sons love and not being so hard, being in their son's life. If they're in their son's life, no OG, especially if he rotten, would ever feel comfortable enough to be pushing his son, I don't care what age he is, or asking him to go and commit a hit for him, because what his father is a constant presence in his life. And then he has helped to plant a foundation on the inside of him. So I want to get some things going. Listen, I'm one of those ones. I don't look for on the outside for people to come in and be my savior. I feel like if our community is going to get any better, it's going to have to start inside first. It's a lot of stuff that go on that we could fix. We have to start in our very own households, in our very own communities, right? See, I don't have no issues when people are, doing things that they shouldn't do. Like, you think you're gonna be join a human trafficking ring and be helping to snatch up the little girls. See, it's illegal, but I ain't got no problem with stuff being put in place as a deterrence. You can participate in thinking that you're going to be doing something to these kids if you want to. Your mama ain't going to never see you no more. See, I know that's illegal, but I ain't got no problems when there is something put in place for something like that, okay? But we already know folks don't do that because they reward people for doing good. I mean, they reward people for doing bad because a lot of these folks sick, okay? So, but anyways, that's what we're going to do. We're going to start bringing awareness to there. I'm just joking too, y'all. I like to joke a lot too, okay? We're going to start bringing awareness to that. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to start bringing awareness to a whole lot of stuff as it relates to that. But we'll still talk about, Young Dolph and stuff when there is something that happens as it relates to the news, the court dates and stuff like that, in more indictments. We'll talk about that. We'll get on here and I'll open up the panel for everybody to be able to come up and speak their opinions and talk about that. Okay. But in the meantime, we're going to move along and start helping these children. Okay. And bringing awareness to a lot of the other stuff that is going on in our community that is just not just at all, especially as it relates to vulnerable children and young adults, okay? Anyways, you guys, I do love you guys. I know I was rambling on. I appreciate you all tuning in. If y'all know of any cases that you all want attention brought to, of anybody that went missing and the cases are cold or anything like that, send me an email at Real Talk with Tamara. Stop. Hey, stop. Real Talk with Tamara at gmail.com. We're going to start having events, and that's why they awarded me the money, so that we could start having events. Let me just say this, okay? Hey, let me just say this. Y'all do know that I've had, get down. I've had issues in the past because I don't know what it is about me, child. These folks just think I'm Beyonce or somebody. They become obsessed. I don't know what it is, okay? But I ain't nothing to play with. I'm a good person, but I ain't really nothing to play with. It ain't nothing gonna be easy as it relates to messing with me. Okay. I put everything on record. I tell the police everything. I tell the FBI everything. That's just how I was trained. Okay. That's just what I do. So when you become a threat to my person, I'm a dog walk you to that graveyard. Okay. Without a blink. Okay. And I'm gonna tell God, thank you for letting me keep my mind. Okay. Because oftentimes people, when they have to go and take folks out, they have little mental issues, but I ain't gonna have none, okay? Because you ain't got no business being a threat to me. But when we start having these events, I know how to get off-duty law enforcement for security, okay? So when you come there, come to support me, have a genuine interest, okay? But if you is a sicko and a freako, please save yourself some trouble. Don't start coaching the mentally ill to be sent out, to be sent home. Okay? Because we're gonna send them home. We're gonna send them up. Okay. So please don't do that. Please don't do that. People, I know that there's a lot of mental illness in the world. I know that there is a lot of mental illness in the world. But I think these people that send out these mentally ill folks to stalk people and to be obsessed, because y'all don't understand that I take stuff like that seriously. I know it's a bunch of damn fools on here, okay? And I know it's a bunch of fools on here that don't like for me to be talking about the Young Dolls case. They crazy. I mean, they suppose some of them got money and they so dumb, they think me talking about the case is gonna, me talking about what go on in this case don't decide their fate. Their fate has already been decided, whatever that is. And that comes from the great investigative work of the FBI and the Memphis Police Department. It ain't got a damn thing to do with me, but some people too dumb to know that, okay? So when we start having our events, don't send nobody out to be sent home. And I'm saying that nicely, okay? Don't let nobody make a fool out you, okay? Because we're going to dog walk you to that grave, okay? But anyways, you guys, I really appreciate you all tuning in, and I cannot wait until we start having our events. I'm going to start Monday. I'm going to start reaching out to the branch in the Memphis area to see if I can get some of them scheduled. I'm talking about some of the federal agents that work in and that is assigned to that is assigned to y'all. Stop. I mean it. Stop. Okay. That is assigned to the task of, handling trafficking rings and finding missing children, right? I really want them to talk about what their job entails and what they do. And I definitely want them there because it's a lot of stuff that they're able to bring to your attention that people do on a day-to-day basis. I don't think people understand how serious this is. Like there are human trafficking rings that when they want to get a child, that one of the places that they frequent is the grocery store. That's when parents are going in with their children and they're going in there to shop. So kids are kind of bouncing around. You have rings where one will walk in and distract the parent. I'm a single man and I'm trying to cook spaghetti. Can you tell me, which one of these would be good? And she starts engaging with the guy. She thinks that her child is behind her. And the next thing you know, the other person that is with the guy has lured her child out of the grocery store. These are the things that even if I talk about it, I think hearing FBI agents talk about what they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis and prevention, hearing them talk about it and how they are tackling this issue, being there having them there in the flesh and hearing them talk about this, I think it would be well received, right? by more of the citizens, because it makes it real. These are the people that have to deal with this on a day-to-day basis, and definitely talking about prevention, right? Definitely talking about prevention. What's that guy? I got to talk about that. There's this guy that one of my friends had connected me with, and I was doing some work with her for him about a month ago, and I was noticing. I was like, "Dog!" I told my mom, I was like, "Dog!" He say his office is in such and such place, but he's always like, "Let's meet in a parking lot." And we meet in a parking lot, or we meet at a Starbucks or something like that. And I was looking at him. I told my mom, I said, now he say he's an investigator. I said, but he always talking about they get ready to send me over to, I got to go over to India to do some, to do some investigative work. I got to go here. I got to go out they sending him all out the country. I said, I look at him and the things that he say and the way that he handles himself. I said he really reminds me. I think I don't know. I guess he's not. I said he just kind of put me in the mind of an FBI agent. And she said, well, if you think about it, because when he get out, he have his shades on. He be dressed in black all of the time. And all FBI agents, that's why they call them the men in black. I said, he's always dressed in black, got his shades on. He want to meet in a parking lot. And we said, he looking at me, he's staring me down. When he talking to me, he's holding on to every word that I say. I'm like, dog, he just kind of don't seem like he just seemed weird. But I'm gonna see if I could get him there. I'm gonna see if then that'll be my opportunity to see what he really got going on. But anyways, he has a company. He has a company. He was kind of hiring me to work with him. And he was kind of training me on some stuff too. He was a real cool guy though. He was just different. But I'm going to see though. I'm going to say, can I get you there too? I bet he would do it. Because he do a lot of, he specializes in a whole lot of stuff. He specializes in a lot of stuff. And no, he didn't have me because I know folks, they got him. They trying to take down us. People are so paranoid. They don't know what kind of work me and that man was doing together. But I can assure you, it sure didn't have nothing to do with no Young Dolph's case. As I've said before, get away from over there. The Young Dolph's case never needed any type of private investigator or anything on his case. I told y'all this from day one. I said, the Young Dolph's case, Young Dolph had a dream team on his case from day one. He had a dream team on his case from day one. He had all of the higher agencies. And so that's why when people were saying she don't know what she's talking about, I said, listen, based on knowing that when you start getting some of these top agencies, I'm not playing with y'all. Wait a minute, because if I tell y'all to do something, get away from over there right now. I'm not playing. Sit down. Lord have mercy, these dogs get on my nerve, y'all. I'm thinking about selling one of them because they're starting to get on my nerves. And I love them too, but they're getting hard-headed, they're spoiled. Get away from over there. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to get off of here. Get away from over there. Get away from over there. And just from starting back in 2021 when this first happened, just from all of the top agencies that was already involved, it just kind of let me know that, you already knew that it was not just a regular situation as it relates to Young Dolph, not because of his celebrity. You just knew that it was something deeper. You know what I mean? When you start having all these top agencies that are partnering to investigate his case, and I do mean he had a dream team, and he still do. So I think they still doing their thing. So that's how you know that it's not over. And I don't know everything. I don't. So, and I'm not involved in what's going on in the Young Dolph's case. The only thing I could do is just vlog about it as things are put out into the media, right? That's just kind of what we've always done. But as it relates to he always had a dream team, so there would be no need for any private investigator at all. They was always pretty private. That's why it was something. It was something really real going on. Yeah, anytime you start getting, I believe I remember the young lady says that it was either the CIA or the Secret. I think it was the CIA at one point that was involved in this. And I know the CIA only get involved with crack codes. I knew at that point, I said, it's over with every phone being cracked. So you already knew that it was something real going on. And so, like I said, it kind of took on a life of its own when you start getting bloggers that are very ambitious, and they started dealing. I think some of these people that was involved, some of these rappers that was involved in this Young Dolph's situation, they started panicking, right? They really sent the police to their own doorstep. When they started panicking, they started getting these telling bloggers involved. A lot of these bloggers are ambitious, will do anything for some money. And they started getting themselves involved in stuff that's gonna bite them. And some of these bloggers are gonna be indicted. Okay, so I stand on that because I know that to be a fact. Not that I think, I know that is a fact. Okay, simply because they were no different than Cornelius and Straight Drop. They were crash dummies for crumbs. But I think some of these rappers that was affiliated with some of these people, they started getting these vloggers involved, okay, to do anything, right? And a lot of these vloggers, they don't even know their background. They've been snitches, okay? They tell everything. Okay, so hey, but that's the way it's always supposed to work out. God says that they come at you one way and they flee in 7 different ways. So when you're doing wrong, the result is always going to be wrong, right? So that means they come at you one way, they try to attack you, and then what happens is God confuses the language. God says that he will confuse the language. So they start scattering out in 7 different ways, which means they start turning on each other. And that's what happens. That's what happens. Okay. That's what's happening and what's going to happen. Right. Whereas when you do your dirt, they didn't know though. I'm talking about the people that was hiring these vloggers to do this dirt, and still these they still doing some stuff. From my understanding, they it just ain't. It's crazy. So then it starts getting down to just being evil, because at this point, everybody already knows ain't no vlogger got nothing to do with their fate. If a vlogger never talked about what was going to go on, or never talked about the Young Dolph's case again, it's still not going to stop what's going to happen. And you know why? Because Young Dolph had an elite team of federal agents and investigators. Okay, he had a dream team, an elite team. Okay. And so these damn fools was paying these crackheads and these money hungry folks. They got themselves in trouble for nothing at all. I tell you. And it ain't gonna change nothing. Anyway, y'all, I'm just kind of rambling on. I appreciate you all getting on, hanging out with me. I'm getting ready to chill for a minute. But I love you guys. You all have a good night. Okay. I'll talk with you later.